Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome to an uncharacteristic Sunday stream where we're going to be trying Supabase. Yeah, there we go. Turn the mic on. Well, hello, friends, and welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Oh, hello, friends, and welcome to... Thank you, Acid Spark. I appreciate you. 13 whole months of support. You've been here a very long time. It's worth stopping the song for. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, let's try again. Well, hello, friends, and welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Oh, hello, friends, and welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. We're gonna grow our coding skills one day at a time. We're not afraid to make mistakes or fall out of line. We're gonna run, build them back up. We're gonna learn lots of things. It's gonna be really fun. Oh, hello, friends, and welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Oh, hello, friends, and welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome, everyone. I messed up the lyrics, but that's okay. It's Sunday. It's okay. Yeah, I streamed 12 hours. I guess that was 2 weeks ago. Yeah. All right. Welcome, everyone. I'm glad you're all here. It's nice to see all your smiling faces. Oh, yeah, reverb's on. Wow. 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 What we're going to do, we're going to talk about this thing called Supabase. So you've probably heard of Firebase. And actually, here's what we're going to do. So usually, we like to say hello, but I kind of want to just get right into it so that anybody that clicked on the notification because they're interested in Supabase can at least get a little bit of info. We'll get a little bit of info, and then we'll take a step back and we'll say hi to everybody and all that good stuff. But oh yeah, and let's say thanks to all the things that happened. Thank you to Smitten Kitten for that tier 1 sub right before I started streaming, like right before. Thanks to Salty Ohm for the 5 months, and Acid Spark for 13 months. It's that time of the month again. Who's that? Jim McDonald, whole 12 months. Thanks for the support, very much appreciated. Okay, so and maybe I'll turn this into a YouTube video. I don't know. It's not like I'm gonna edit it or anything. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this video, I'm going to talk about Supabase and just give an introduction to it. So Supabase calls itself the Firebase alternative. And if you're not familiar with Firebase, you could check it out on the Firebase website. Now, Firebase provides a lot of things, a whole lot of things. Let's look at their product list. Cloud Firestore, Crashlytics, in-app messaging, machine learning, performance monitoring, predictions, cloud functions, hosting, a lot of stuff. Now, but most often people associate the real-time database. Where is it? Real-time database. Most often people associate real-time database with Firebase. Firebase offers a lot of other stuff, but when I think of Firebase, I think of the real-time database. And that's the main piece that Supabase is competing with. Now, they do have other things that Firebase has as well, so like built-in authentication and user management. They just recently added object storage, so you can like host images and stuff like that. Yeah, and Doc has it. I'll mention this really quick. But Zinth, thank you for that sub, much appreciated. But Doc is saying it uses Postgres. If you haven't, we'll talk about that if you haven't heard of it. And DJ Olfie, thanks for that Prime sub as well. Uses Postgres to do the heavy lifting. And Pablo with the bits. We're in a hype train. Super duper hype train. Nice. Thanks for the supports, everybody. But yeah, so here's the beautiful thing about Firebase. Okay, and let me just talk about well, not Firebase, Supabase. I'm probably gonna get those two mixed up. But if you've watched me on stream before, I've used Firebase a few times, but pretty often when we decide to build something, I often don't choose Firebase, mainly because of vendor lock-in. So Firebase is a proprietary thing. It's by Google, and if you want to use it in your app, you basically have to use their backend services. And it is like a backend and database as a service. You don't have to manage any of that, but they give you a front-end library that just lets you interact with the database, interact with the storage, all that good stuff. But you have vendor lock-in. If Firebase ever goes under, your app is dead. If they decide to up the charge, if you want to keep your app going, you have to keep paying for it. So that's one of the main reasons I stay away from Firebase, if it's not for like a simple app. And I usually just build my own stuff. Enter Supabase. So the model of Firebase is extremely interesting because the idea that you don't have to write any backend code and you can just kind of get up and going with your database. And Cats a Million, thanks for those bits. Hi, right. Yeah, and so Supabase itself is open source. So let's talk about what it is and the pricing and stuff like that. So if you click on their pricing page, they actually do offer kind of like a hobby tier. Right, and this is very similar to a lot of other dev services. Yeah, and it is a backend as a service. And the hobby tier is free. And I mean, for most of the things that I build personally, like I never need more than a 500 megabyte database. So for at least my personal apps, totally fine. And then from there, it's $25 a month. You get up to 8 gigabytes of database storage. You get more users. You can look at this pricing page. And also, while I'm doing a horrible job of describing all of this, I'm going to go ahead and plug, what's his name? Fireship.io. He released a video a few days ago on Supabase. If you want a polished, high-quality video describing the differences between Supabase and Firebase, definitely check out his video. Super entertaining, well-edited. But yeah, so the pricing, you can use it for free. But let's actually talk about what it is, like what makes it open source. Let's look at the documentation. So what Supabase is. It's an open source. Like I said, it's a little bit loaded. It's basically an open source version of user management and real-time database, that kind of thing. But this is what you can do. You can listen to database changes, query your tables, create, update, and delete rows, manage your users, and interact with your database using a simple UI. So that's a lot of things that Firebase real-time supports. What it isn't, it's not a one-to-one mapping. So like the library you're using isn't just like a drop-in replacement. It has different query methods and different syntax for using it. Here's the beautiful thing, how it works. It's all built on top of open source technologies. So all of these underlying libraries that make this thing work similar to Firebase are all completely open source. So Kong is an API gateway manager. So it basically allows you to define all of your routes. It's often used for like microservices. So you can put a bunch of microservices behind Kong and then add authentication and stuff like that. GoTrue is an open source solution for authentication. Postgres, which is what Doc had mentioned, Postgres is a library that turns your Postgres database into a REST API instantly. That alone is a beautiful thing. And Gideon, thank you for that Prime sub. Check this out. You can literally just point this at a Postgres database and you get an instant REST API that you don't have to write any backend code. It just instantly gives you a REST API for your database. So like, honestly, you could just use something like this, but Supabase does add a lot of other extra stuff on top of it. It's so Postgres is written Postgres. I have to be clear. Postgres is the database. Postgres is the tool. Is written in Haskell. That's pretty interesting. But yeah, so I mean, Postgres is probably doing a lot of the heavy lifting. There's a real-time package for handling real-time updates to the database that can be streamed over WebSockets. They have a storage library and then a Postgres library that interacts with the database. And Tellus Guy, who says, hi, Super CJ, thanks for that sub. And Julian, thanks for the bits. What was that? What was that? 2 months. Thank you very much. Cool. And then all of that is running on a Postgres database. Now, Flory, thanks for that Prime. So much support today. You guys, you all, sorry, not you guys, you all, you people, you're great. You're great. Okay. So yeah, it's built on top of open source technologies. And this is one of the key things that like made me actually want to try this. And thank you, Kuzi, for those bits. Much appreciated. Is that, let's say we try this today, and let's say I hate it. You know what I can do? I can export my database schema and then just build my own API on top of that database. Or I could just use Postgres by itself, right? So like that's one of the things I really like about this. And I mean, I haven't tried it yet. That's on the surface, that's what seems cool to me, is I can try this out, but if I don't like it, I can just export my database schema and do it the old way that I'm used to anyways. So that is great. And we're going to try it. We're going to try it. And I think that's about it. I think that's all I wanted to say about it. And Ostok, thanks for that 2-month resub. And Bronco with the 200 bits. Look up Proton. We looked this up the other day, Samfish. I'm using Firefox Developer Edition, and I'm using the default dark theme. I haven't changed anything else about it. Yeah. Janet says, what I like about it is I don't have to use it. Yeah, and so that's the other thing. If you read the frequently asked questions, it talks about do you get access to the database? I think maybe that's under pricing, but yeah, you get full access to a Postgres database. It's a beautiful thing. Okay, and so what we're going to be using today is the hosted version of Supabase. And Lou, thanks for that resub, who says everything's going to be okay. Just remember, everybody, everything's going to be okay. If you're feeling down, if you're sad that tomorrow's Monday and you gotta go to work, just remember, it's all gonna be okay. Okay, so Supabase.io is basically like software as a service providing it, but because it's built on top of all those open source libraries, and there's like a core of Supabase that is open source, you technically could self-host this thing, meaning you wouldn't have to worry about any of these pricing tiers. You would just pay for the price of a virtual private server to host all of this stuff. And what's up, Mr. Demon Wolf? Monday. But we're going to use the hosted version because one of the things I saw in that Fireship.io video was that they have a visual editor that basically lets you design your database. And that's what I want to do right now. That's the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to design my database. I'm going to decide what are my tables, what are the relationships, and I can do that all within the UI. Yeah, and so they provide Docker. If you do get into the documentation, and then you can get into self-hosting, they describe how you could host this yourself. And you could even like run it locally. But we're going to use it like it's a hosted service like Firebase, because it is. It's Supabase. So we're going to use the hosted version. And I think right now with the self-hosted version, it is missing this UI that I'm about to use. But all of the other pieces are there. So yeah. And what's up, Green David? Haven't visited for a long time. I taught you array methods and first-class functions. Nice. Thanks for coming back. Yeah, and Supabase does support image uploading. So this is a newer feature. But if you look at storage, they recently added this where you can host images just like you can on Firebase. And coming soon are like cloud functions. They don't exist yet, but they will be there. I'm using a UI. Okay, so now this is what I'm going to be using. Let's get into the background of what I'm actually going to be building. Let's check out the working on command. So if you've tuned into the stream recently, you've seen that I've been working on a Japanese Pokemon card database. The problem statement is it's really hard for English speakers that are collecting Japanese Pokemon cards to price them, to search them. There are a few apps out there for keeping track of your collection, but they're not the best. So basically, that's what I'm building. I'm building a way for people to manage their Japanese Pokemon card collection. And Saturday, I'll tell you, like, these are the dilemmas of a modern dev world with so many options. So on Saturday, I actually wanted to stream, I wanted to stream yesterday, and I wanted to stream designing and setting up the database for this Japanese Pokemon card app. But I spent like 2 hours just deciding how and what I was going to use. Let's take a quick stretch. Just take a quick stretch. But options paralysis definitely got the best of me. But like I had a couple of requirements. I was like, I want to use TypeScript because this app, it is open source, and I want other people to be able to contribute to it. So I think TypeScript is a good idea. I was thinking I probably want to use MongoDB just because there's a lot of unstructured data and where I'm collecting all this card information. And so then I started to look into, okay, what are good options for TypeScript in MongoDB? And there's two prevailing ones, but then one of them, it doesn't support the latest version of Mongoose. And then the other one maybe does it. Basically, I just spent like 2 hours trying to figure out, okay, what am I going to use? What am I going to use? And I kind of settled on that. But then I decided to look into Supabase, and I was like, you know what? I don't have to worry about it. I'll just use this. And I like Postgres. I use Postgres for most things anyways. Let's just use it. So that's how we settled on Supabase, because I don't want to have to worry about all the options of setting things up and all that kind of stuff. All right. Before I say hello to everybody, I'm going to be live for a while. Any questions or comments about Supabase before we digress and just kind of say hi to everybody? Yeah, we could use Svelte. I think we're going to use Vue for the front end just because I like Vue. We might use something like Sapper. That could be, Sapper is Svelte for the back end. I mean, we could use something like Nux too. We'll decide when we get there. Right now, we're just working on the data. What other headless CMSs have I used before? Yeah, and this is the thing that I started looking into because that's kind of what I wanted. I was like, all right, I don't necessarily want to manage this. Maybe I want a CMS. So I've used a Strappy a little bit before, Strappy.js. I haven't used any of the others. A lot of them are like software as a service. You can self-host. I don't know. It seems to me like Supabase kind of is a CMS in a way, right? Because you get the admin UI. We'll see. I haven't used it yet. I literally have not used it, so we'll see. But it seems like it's kind of like a CMS anyway, that you get the admin UI. Yeah. You asked one earlier. Lost in the chat. Okay. I'll look it up. All these, what are these alien words? We could use, maybe we'll use next. I don't know. Do you need to create migrations? No, I mean, as far as I know, no. There's literally a UI where you say, create a table, add a column, change the column type, set the constraints on the column. And I'm sure behind the scenes, they're creating migrations, but you don't have to do that yourself. You literally just point and click and it designs the database for you. Yeah. I had to build my own types for Mongoose models. It was painful. Yeah, and so I mean, just to get into the minutia, right? So Mongoose, it's a great library. It allows you to define, well, I mean, Mongoose.js. It allows you to define your models and schemas for a Mongo database, right? It's a beautiful thing. But when you define the models, they have kind of like their own language. Let's end deep. Thanks for the bits. Very much appreciated. So you define a model. You can pass in a schema, and I guess the schema, yeah, the schema is just their own custom domain-specific schema. It's not even JSON schema. And there are tools out there for passing in a JSON schema, all that stuff. But if you want to use it with TypeScript, you would basically have to duplicate your code. You would have to create your schemas, and then you'd have to create your TypeScript interfaces, and now you have code duplication, right? You have your table columns or fields defined in two different places, and you have to keep both up to date. And there's one library called TypeGoose that I looked into. This is probably the most popular one, that basically lets you define a class and then use decorators, and then this actually gets turned into a Mongoose model. So that's one option. And then the other one was Mongoose TS, I think it was. Or TS Mongoose? Yeah, TS Mongoose. And this has a slightly different way of doing it, where it has these little helper methods and this helper function. So create schema, and then you do like type.string, etc. And this generates a TypeScript interface and a Mongoose model. So yeah, there's ways to go about it, but yeah, it's a thing. Do I like Vue 2 or Vue 3? I really like Vue 3, but it's probably because I got tainted by React. I write a lot of React code and React hooks, but it's very like functional-ish code. I don't know. It seems like React hooks are not very friendly to beginners. It's easy to do things wrong with React hooks, but it's actually not easy to do things wrong with the composition API in Vue 3, so I don't know. Does Supabase have Google Auth stuff built in? This is a good question. They actually have a lot of different auth providers. So if you look at Authentication, they have, what do they have? Is this them? Yeah, they have Google, Facebook, GitHub, GitLab, and Bitbucket, and Azure. So you can use any one of these auth providers. And Twitter's coming soon. And really any other OAuth provider is very likely coming soon because they're using open source auth libraries that already support a lot of these other login providers. Yeah. What's up? What's up? What is a migration in Postgres? So migrations are ways of keeping track of your database changes, right? So if you add a new table, you could create that as a migration. If you change the column type, you could create that as a migration. So basically, it's code that describes how your database changes over time. And you typically use that in production apps, so that way you can like restore data and keep track of changes and all of that good stuff. Yeah, Prisma's a thing too. I kind of looked into that. I don't know. I don't know much about the back-end TypeScript world. I've done a lot of TypeScript on the front end, but not on the back end. Are there so many TypeScript? It's because I don't usually use that much TypeScript, and I talk about how cumbersome it is. But I've always mentioned that when you're working on something with a team, TypeScript makes a whole lot of sense because it's basically just built-in documentation. And this code base of Japanese Pokemon cards, I want it to be approachable for others to help work on it. Pony ORM, never heard of it. Yeah, and I mean, Supabase is a tiny library because, like, if you include the core Firebase library, it's a bunch of stuff that you don't need. Now, you could do tree shaking, but yeah, I mean, Supabase doesn't have a lot of the features of Firebase, so that's probably why the client library is a little bit smaller. But yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, and they have Magic Link. We'll probably use that. Like, Magic Links are awesome. You can sign in with email without having to create a password. You just specify your email, sends you a link, you click the link, you're logged in. No need to remember passwords. Quick question, how would you call a function similar to forward ref? Function that takes a component as an input, do some stuff, returns the same component with added features. Would you call it a hook? I mean, I think you kind of mean a, this is kind of like a higher order component, which doesn't really happen as much these days. But I'm not sure, Pablo. I'm loving MongoDB charts. Never heard of it. Y'all got a lot of questions. If they don't get answered here, you should consider joining the Discord. Thanks, Cats. Yeah, it's a good shout out to the Discord. Yeah, I mean, and we're gonna say hi, but then we're gonna start coding. I'll be answering questions while we code, but if you join the Discord, we're happy to answer questions there as well, and especially things that are not related to what we're doing right now. Why are there so many ORMs? Because developers have a lot of opinions. And so one developer doesn't like how something is done and they just create a new one. Yeah. I mean, the same thing goes with any other type of thing in the software world. Do you think Node will replace Java as the biggest backend language in the future? I don't know. There's so much enterprise code that's already Java or already C#. So that enterprise code probably isn't going anywhere. Maybe newer apps, but there's just so much legacy enterprise code that I don't know. Is there vendor lock-in with Supabase? Can we port the database anywhere else? Yeah, and so I mentioned this a little bit earlier. You absolutely can. So because it's just built on top of Postgres, if you don't like it, you could just take your schema and then go build your own backend, or you could use the self-hosted version, which is also possible. But if you don't want all of the extra features like real-time and stuff like that, you could literally just take the database and do whatever you want with it. Yeah. Yeah, here's the thing. Once you get used to vanilla JavaScript, it is... You can fly. You can fly. You can write things really fast. And you don't have to worry about all these interfaces and type checking and stuff like that. Yeah. Opinions are like those things. Everyone has one. Yeah, everybody's got an opinion. Hey, no worries, Acid Spark. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, and enjoy your day. And thanks for the 13 months. Have a good one. I haven't used Python on the back end much. Is it worth it to learn GraphQL? It's pretty popular. I don't use it much, but it's a thing. What's up, Mart? I'm tired of people using massive libraries when they could have just done it with vanilla. That's a thing too. I do. So if I were to write my own backend with Postgres, I would use Objection and Connects. That's my preferred choice of ORM and Query Builder. Favorite UI library between Material UI, Bulma, Bootstrap, Chakra, and Tailwind? Probably it's a toss-up between Bulma and Bootstrap. Yeah, Material UI, I mean, is specific to React, but it's all right. It works fine, but there's just a lot. Sometimes actually it is pretty customizable, but you do have to use CSS and JS. I don't know. I haven't used Chakra, and Tailwind doesn't exist. Tailwind is a myth. We've talked about this before. It's not actually a thing. So yeah. Okay. Let's go. Let's say hi to everybody. But basically, so we're going to take a step back. We're going to say hi to everybody, welcome everybody into the stream, and then afterwards we're going to get started. I'm going to sign up for this website, and we're going to start exploring the dashboard and see what I can do, and we'll start working on this Pokemon card database thing. All right, are you ready? Yeah, it's Supabase does support real time, but actually, okay, yeah. Ched says, you can't see it, it's behind me, but Ched earlier said, my main gripe with Firebase is the weird data structure they enforce. So Supabase will follow standard relational database practices. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the cool thing about Postgres is it actually does support nested, JSON field types or column types. So you technically could have like nested objects and stuff like that. But you know me, I use a database how it was intended. So I create a lot of related tables and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, and that's one of the major differences between like Firebase and Supabase. As far as I know, from what I've read, You can't just start putting things in a database with your front end code. You do have to define it on the back end first. Whereas with Firebase, you can just start dumping things into collections and they automatically get created. But with Supabase, I'm pretty sure you have to define all of that ahead of time. We'll see though. We're about to get into it. Okay, let's go. Let's say hi. Happiness is watching CJ while coding. Nice. Yeah, I'm premiering that on YouTube right now. But if you go here, you can see actually this has a Postgres database running behind it. But you can see all of the quotes from Twitch chat where people said happiness is. And so here's the one from Mart. Happiness is watching CJ while coding. Nice. All right, let's say hi. Okay, so if you'd like to say hello, you can do it. You can say hi, hello, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hiyo, vohayo, or bogahay. Say any one of those things in the chat, and I will acknowledge you. And Katsamillion, thanks for that gifted sub. Too kind. You're too kind. Yeah, so say any of these things. Right now the chat is filtered. Only messages that match this regular expression will show up here, and only your first hello message. So if you said hello earlier, you're technically back in time. And Jifferam with the 9-month resub, just working on some Hack the Box this morning. Nice, nice. Let's see your full message. And Brandon with the Prime sub. So much support. Trying to finish up their hard Linux box Tentacle. Box has a Squid proxy installed and uses Kerberos for authentication. Super close to rooting. I don't know what to say, but that's awesome. And quick shout out to Hack the Box. Like, I feel your excitement because I know what it's like to be really close to getting in, to hacking the Gibson. But Hack the Box is super, super sweet. So if you're just like learning about cybersecurity or you just want to practice cybersecurity, they provide machine images that are vulnerable, and they have like a whole UI for like navigating the challenges and capturing the flags. It's pretty sweet. But Jifferam, you're gonna get root. I just know it. There you go. All right, so we're going back in time. Back in time to 37 minutes ago when Durendor was the first person to say hello. Hello, Durendor. And what's up, Coding Garden fan? And Uncle Barnacles. How's it going? What's up, Klein? And an Eternal Dev Coder and Mark and Mo Angavo. How's it going? Hello, Smitten Kitten. Thanks again for that sub. Hugo Das says, I keep getting targeted ads for Supabase, so hope you can shed some light on it. I'll do my best. But like I said, check out that Fireship video. It's pretty good. And Randomness, how's it going? What's up, Cookify and the Art of Missy and Jim and Calareza and Silver. Hello, Gabriel. What's up, Mark Boots and Super Papuyat and Coding Trade. What's up, friend? Yeah, I don't know if you're still here, but I appreciate you. Thanks for dropping by. If you have not heard of the Coding Train, you absolutely should check them out on YouTube. And if you want to learn to code, click that link. That's the code ! playlist. Cool. Benit, how's it going? What's up, Mr. Ben Coder and a learning developer? Hello. What's up, Squeedas and Depopam and Rafalu and Allers and Yash Saxon and Saltiome and Broken Code? What's up, Hippoviva and another bot? Welcome back. What's up, Victor Caps? Demigod, how's it going? What's up, Zhao Rijo Mendez? How's it going? Hello, Eddie. What's up, Real Pixel and Pablo and Chief Mustardo? And I am Dabula Hauda. Hello, and hello, Garan and Mr. Happy and Mutlak and Avanaba and Native Coder. Hello, Electrothermal and Pradiaman. How's it going? Hello, Lou. What's up, Latan and Blannyman and Joel and username Boy. Hello, world. Sir Davos, how's it going? Hello, Zinth, and Fun Planet, and Sam Fish, and Ryan Hawkins, and Julian, and River, and Dinafarb, and Impy, and Farshid, and Shem Gaming from the Netherlands. Very good. And Greg! Whole 13 months. Good day, sir. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for all the support. The B-Spin, how's it going? What's up, Med, and Mark, and Mingo, and King Rapula, and Drunk Time Lord, and Goozy, and Free Dots, and Nookie Poo, and Bilal, and Razorson, and Green David. Says, haven't visited for a long time. Well, thanks for coming back. 6 months ago. Oh yeah, I read this message earlier. Yeah, I'm glad I could help out with that, Green David. And Kali, how's it going? What's up? Errant and Freak Zombie and Tomek and Let's Sand Deep and hello, Carol and Flukes. Will I ever do a project with web components? I probably should. Yeah, I mean, I think I've done like a tiny one where we actually built a web component that was like the marquee tag. This actually works in my chat. You won't see it right now because the chat is filtered. But back in the day, there was this tag where it automatically like scrolls the text. But we built a web component called Marquee that used CSS to animate it. But you could use it just like marquee, except it was like our own custom, like CG-marquee as a web component. What's up, Jim? Hello, Mart, and Spineless Linus, and Frostwolf, and Eudaimonia, and Prawin, and Sherbin, and Vibe, and Dewanch, and Blank, and Soren, and Etsy, and Make Way for Willie, and SQ Pants, and Starter, and Grav, and the Mixu, and Dobby, and Goldie, and JS Hater, and Splart, and Nemo, and Kirill, and Henry, and Clyda Korea, and the Headless, Thompson Gunner, and the Oxdy, and Pranjal, and Elon Musk, and BJ Campolo, and Jorshi Clooney. Came from YouTube. Well, welcome. Welcome. Oh, wait. Oh, you're totally right. We did Blink. Yeah. You're totally right. We did the Blink tag, which actually I think is very deprecated. I mean, technically, both the Blink tag and the marquee tag are deprecated, but marquee tag still works in a lot of browsers, whereas the Blink tag, I don't think works in as many browsers. And what's up, Benji? And Ricky from Hong Kong, welcome. Hello, Israel. And Pintaland. And Jamesh. And American 2050. Ola is not in the regex? Maybe we should add it. But hello, American 2050 and Berkeley. What's up, Yash and Cookie and Adamate and Zenshin and Gigi and Dead Sun and Imposter Engineer. Happiness is a beautiful Sunday morning. I agree. And what's up, the Doppler and Perverted Donut and BK and Brandon and Sightseer and Shreed and Earl Couldn't and Jords and Cy and Klein with the 510 bits. Thank you so much, Klein. Can we all get some hearts in the chat? Not only for Klein, for everyone that's supported today, but I appreciate you all. Sai says, why is Tailwind a myth? I don't really know much about it. It's just a joke that I'm making. Just the fact that it's just CSS, where like literally, basically you take every possible CSS property and turn it into a class name, which I have still failed to see the benefit to. There is probably some benefit. I don't know. I mean, but Tailwind is not a replacement for something like Bootstrap or Bulma. It's not a component library. It's a utility library. There is Tailwind UI, but I think that like maybe costs money or something. I don't know. I just make jokes about it. And what's up, Brayson? And Glooscap and Shingarnoid. How's it going? What's up, Snab and Unloved Slug and Tiki Head? I need a script to say hi to everyone. We've talked about that, but it takes away from the genuineness of actually saying hi. And what's up, 327J Wolf? And this is what a marquee looks like. Looks like that. What's up, Boolines? And I program for food and Aluini and WBW and Mark and Sledge Dog. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Coding Garden. Welcome to this Sunday stream. Let's write some code. Do I like Vue 2 or Vue 3 more? Probably Vue 3. But I talked about it a little bit earlier. I don't know if that's a good thing because I write a lot of React, and it's similar to that. An idea that every user can customize the color of his or her name in your live chat window. Well, you technically can do it on Twitch. So like if you go into your like chat settings somewhere, you can change. Yeah, click on chat identity, I think. And you can, I believe, change. Yeah, you can change your color in here. WBW says, so don't use Tailwind to be your advice. No. That's not at all what I'm saying. If you want to use Tailwind, if you look at it, it seems like something that you need and would want to use, absolutely use it. Go for it. I just don't feel like I'll ever use Tailwind. Yeah, so the color already comes from Twitch. That's all I'm saying. You can change it there. All right, let's write some code. So here we go. We are going to start our project right here on Supabase. And those of you just joining us, basically I'm going to try Supabase for the very first time. All right, I'll log in with GitHub. Just give me a second. Oh, not that. Give me a second. So they want to access my email and profile. Totally fine. Totally fine. All right, here we go, logging in for the first time. And here we are. Well, that was easy. All right, let's create a project. I have my own let's put it under, can I create an organization? I might be complicating things by doing this, but let's create the Coding Garden organization. They probably have collaboration features, so like, if I know there are other like admins of the project, I can give them access to this. Okay, the project name is Japanese Pokemon Card Collector. The database password, let me generate a password right quick. totally secure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. And actually, one thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create a. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to need it just yet. Actually, yeah. The thing is, like in your code, you shouldn't need the database password if you just have user auth, right? Right? I don't know. We're probably gonna get like an API key or something like that too. But in my Japanese Pokemon, did I call it DB? What's this? No, it's the scraper. There's a lot of stuff in here. I am just going to keep track of this stuff. I'm gonna write the password down here for now. Eventually, I'll put it into a password manager and all that good stuff. I actually don't know if I'm gonna need it again because it's kind of just. It's just managed. It's the Postgres role password. Okay. Yeah, I think what Ricky is saying is how it works, where you connect to it from the client. Oh no. Okay, never mind. That's something bad happened. Okay. Back to creating. So we did that. My region. Yeah, I'm fine with North Virginia. Let's go. Happiness is the school year coming to an end as the teacher. Nice. I imagine it's. I mean, as a teacher, the pay is not great, but you get a summer vacation, which is pretty cool. All right, here we are. So. Our robots are busy building your database. Check back in 2 minutes. We're attaching your auto-updating API. Check back in 2 minutes. Okay, so there's a lot of features that I didn't get to show you on the walkthrough, which I saw in Fireship's video. But one of the amazing things about this is it generates an open API open API documentation. So you technically don't have to even use the Supabase client library. You could just call the REST API. But the cool thing about it is it generates API documentation. So like as you build out your tables and stuff like that, it automatically generates documentation for the API itself, which is pretty awesome. This is not sponsored. Yeah, I failed to mention that. I have never talked to anybody from Supabase. Not sponsored. This is you're going to hear my real opinions about all this stuff. But it's honestly pretty exciting because the thing about it, yeah, so OpenAPI is what this latest Swagger documentation uses. So you technically could take this spec and load it into a Swagger UI if you wanted to. But yeah, I've been coding a lot of my life. I'm kind of jaded on it, so I want to not code. This is going to let me not code, and I like that. Happiness is being healthy and being able to think straight. Nice. Is my mustache real? It is. Sam, if you feel sick or if you have COVID, you should not go to school. Are you saying that the school is closed because of COVID? I don't know what to tell you. Reach out to other teachers or other friends, see what's going on there. Oh, actually, check your school district. Actually, I don't know what part of the world you're in. You're in the Netherlands. Here in the U.S., they're usually on like local news websites. It lists whether or not public schools are closed. And public schools, universities, government offices, that kind of thing. Yeah. I'm willing to not give up the summer and not go back to be able to get my first job as an engineer. Yeah, I mean, you would probably double or triple your salary. I guess depending on what kind of teacher you are, but that would make sense. Okay. Would this create a REST API? It will. Okay, we've done it. We have our tables. Let's look at our API documentation. They're building the documentation. Right now, we have no endpoints. So there's nothing to describe. But yeah, like we could add authentication. Let's see. We could query it with SQL. That's a beautiful thing. You can have roles in your databases. This is great. Okay. There's a lot of stuff here, obviously, but first what we need to do is just to design the database. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to create some tables. One thing I didn't mention earlier is the security. Right, so with Firebase, there is you define your security rules like in their dashboard, right? You say that the user must be logged in, and they can only edit rows where this field has their user ID, that kind of thing. Supabase just uses role level security and Postgres. So PostgreSQL role level security. This is built into the Postgres database, and this is another great thing about this, and like not vendor. It's great that there's no vendor lock-in, because you can define your schema here. That's totally exportable as SQL code to generate that database. You could define your role level security rules. Those are totally exportable row level, I believe. Yeah, row level. So basically, you can write rules that affect individual rows. And they can correspond to roles, but it's individual rows. So you can say, like, users can only modify the user row where the user ID is equal to their logged in ID, that kind of thing. But those rules are totally portable to just it's fine-grained access control, totally portable to an actual Postgres database, which is a great thing. All right, enough talk. Let's go. I need a table. Let me tell you my thoughts. Right now, we really only are going to have like three different tables. So we need sets, which describe the collections of expansions. And so we're going to get into the domain of Pokemon cards, but I will guide you. It's not going to be too difficult. So there are a lot of Pokemon cards, and Pokemon cards are released as expansions. So these are all of the Japanese expansions that have been released under the Sword and Shield set. So Sword and Shield is kind of like the world that we're in, like the region of the world that has potentially newer or different Pokemon. And so right now, the latest and greatest is Sword and Shield. So that's the set. And then these are all of the expansions that were released under that set. And before that, we had Sun and Moon, and these are all the expansions that were released under Sun and Moon. And before that, we had XY, and these are all the expansions that were released under XY. And there was also Black and White, and then there was even older stuff before this. I think they might call it the Legendary Collection, but that's like the original base set that came out in like '96. But what we're going to do right now is we're building a table to hold all of our sets. So like Sword and Shield, Sun and Moon, etc. So we need a table called sets. And I mean, I'm going to follow all of my own database best practices that I follow when I'm designing a database myself. Like, I prefer lowercase names. I usually prefer to not pluralize the table name. Yeah. We could add a description. We're not going to add one. We need a primary key. It's going to be an ID, and it will be an integer. Totally fine. Should be plural. It doesn't have to be. So the way I think about it is a database table describes describes an entity, right? A database table describes what's being stored in each individual row. And so if you were to look at an individual row, you're looking at a set, right? Now, obviously, multiple sets is plural, but the schema itself is describing one, right? It's not describing the collection. It's describing one of your entities. So I go with plural. It doesn't matter. You could have plural. I go with singular. You could have singular. You could have plural. But I'm going to go with singular. Right. It has multiple entries, but the schema that we're defining right now, I'm not gonna have this argument. You can do whatever you want. Every database I've built does singular. Yeah. Our API routes are plural, right? So when we have API v1 sets, that is plural because you're interacting with the sets collection. But it doesn't matter. This is another thing we could argue about for like days, but it doesn't matter. Does not matter. All right. So we have our base table, and right now all it has is an ID column. We need to add some columns. So look at this. We need a column for name. Let's take a quick stretch. And so this is what I mean. Yeah, potato. This is what I mean by like a UI designer. We're going to literally design our database tables using this UI. And this behind the scenes is actually creating SQL tables. Okay, so we have name. This is going to be a varchar. And it cannot be empty, so the name is required. And do we get to specify the length of the varchar? Or does it just default to varchar 255? Yeah, the interesting thing is, so Postgres has a text type, and this actually allows you to store unlimited text. And it can store it and resize it dynamically based on what's actually stored in the table. It handles all that behind the scenes. What's up, Let's In Deep? Thanks for those bits. And what's up, B Dougie? Welcome. Thanks for dropping in. Yeah, and click that link, drop a follow. Yeah, I had heard of it before, probably like 2 months ago. Some people had mentioned it in the Twitch chat, and then events that happened yesterday led me to decide that I wanted to try it. Do I want to use Postgres Unicode coalitions for Japanese text or hiragana sorting? I didn't even think about this, but yeah, you're right, because we are going to have katakana and hiragana, this stuff in our database. I think you can change the correlation later though, right? We should be okay. Yeah, we could write our own SQL as well. Yeah, we don't have to use this UI designer, but I like it. And what's up, Ikerhan? Thanks for being here. Your stickers are in the mail, by the way. Be sure to send me a message here whenever you get them. Supabase uses long varchar and long in varchar. Let's do it. We'll just do varchar. Like the set names, Sword and Shield, Sun and Moon, XY, black and white are all we need. So, I mean, if it is 255, it's more than enough. Save it. Here we go. Interesting. So we didn't get to define the column length, but it's a long varchar. Let's look at that up on Postgres. A variable length. Does it just do like a max length varchar? Okay, I'm curious now. Can we actually look at the schema? Let's look at. Oh, interesting. Yeah. So if you do know SQL syntax, you can actually go right here and modify the tables directly. That's pretty awesome. I'm going to close that. There's a SQL query to like select your schema, isn't it? That's a reason. I mean, that's a thing. What else can I do here? Actually, can I expand this? I don't like icons that I have to hover over to know what they are. That kind of gets on my nerves. We can look at the table definition from SQL. Yeah. How do I do that? Postgres SQL describe. That's the one. Okay, so describe table set. Go. Describe set. Go. Describe set. I don't know. I'll have to look up the syntax. Yeah, well, if you're in a pSQL terminal, you can use like /L, but I don't know how to connect. I mean, I guess technically I could connect direct to the database. Describe. Is it DSC? Describe table. We got this. We know how to search the web to figure it out. Select table name, column name, data type from information schema.columns where table name equals set. This is probably what we want. Hey, okay. The data type is character var. I have never heard of this in Postgres. Oh, character varying. Well, I mean, it's varchar. Oh, here it is. Character varying varchar. But what's the length? How do I get like varchar 255 or how do I find that out? It's just a name replacement for varchar. You're right. Okay, so this is just obviously character varying varchar. I shouldn't get hung up on this, but I do want to know. First of all, let's look at the API. So that noob, welcome friend, and thanks for the raid. Did I see you hanging out in Sushi Dragon's stream the other day? I usually lurk Sushi Dragon's stream, and I thought I saw your name in there. But welcome. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. We're learning about Supabase today, which is an open source alternative to Firebase. A bare varchar is unlimited length. Well. I don't know. Do we get to see the migrations? Let's look at the database. Oh, okay. Tables. Set. 2 columns. It honestly doesn't matter. I mean, in other scenarios, it probably would matter whenever I'm caring about database size and stuff like that. But interesting. Oh, nice, that noob. Good to hear it. What were you working on, by the way? And did we get a shout out for that, noob? Episode 95, meme box. Nice. That's awesome. We can see the auto table API. Yeah, okay, so this is what I was thinking. So if we go to API, this was generated. So now we actually have a way of interacting with sets in our database. And this just says it's a string. I guess we could probably add validation that limits it in like a middleware or something like that. But that's awesome. Yeah. Okay. I think this is the interesting thing about this. I mean, it's kind of like a Postgres database manager. And so I was just reading this part right here. Like, it doesn't support GraphQL. They probably could add it in the future, but it doesn't. But because it's a Postgres database, you could use something like Hasura. And then you just get a GraphQL database on top of your Postgres database. So like you could combine the two, and then you could define all of your row level security here in Supabase. This is super interesting to me. Okay, let's keep going. What else does a set have? It has an ID, it has a name, and I think that is it for now. So we just have Sword and Shield. I mean, a set doesn't necessarily have a release date because all of the expansions themselves within the set has a release date. Yeah, I wonder if can we do automatic create. We could do release. Yeah, let's do release year. Because you don't usually have more than one set releasing in a year. It's like every two or 3 years. Now, the date type to choose for this. I don't want, so a timestamp would just be time. Time would just be time. Time itself, we would have to do like January 1st of that year. And then, yeah, so if we did a date column, then it would have to be like January 1st of that year. Oh yeah, so we'll get to count of cards, but those are going to be in expansions. Right now we're on sets. Yeah, we could just do an integer. I'm right now I'm debating an integer or a string, like a varchar. Any database experts in the chat? What would you do if you only had to store the year of an element, of an item, of an entity? Int. But what if robots take over and they change our year numbering to have like letters in it? Store the last 2 digits of the year. Job security when Y2K2 happens. Use an int. Okay, yeah, we can use a tiny int. Wait, what's the difference between int2 and int4? We probably could use an int2. It's so 2 bytes. Yeah, I mean we could use. We could probably use an int2. We don't need that much. We only need 4 for now. The type name is int2 and int4 extensions. They are also used by some other SQL database. Okay. It's a small int, right? Small int? So you can. That's a good question, Pranjal. You can specify, I believe, the time zone of your database. Somewhere. I remember reading that in the doc somewhere. Automatically update timestamps. Nice. This is awesome. Let's do that next. Okay, so for now we're gonna add not add a row. We're gonna add a column called year, and we're gonna we're gonna do an int2. We need a tiny int. which has a maximum. This database will be relevant until the year 32767. So a tiny int which should work just fine. It's a year. I'm not going to allow empty. Let's go. Create the year. So name, year. I wanted to call it release year. Let's change that. So if I go into SQL and I go to my, where did I saw this earlier on the database. Yeah, so if I go under the table, I can change it. Yeah, here we go. Nice little migration for you. Change it to be release year. Did it work? It didn't. The page didn't refresh automatically, so it's a tiny little bug, but it worked. It worked. We renamed the column. That's awesome. Okay, and then we want to also have a created at. This will just be a date time. Is a Postgres date automatically a date time? What's the best way to search this? Yeah, their design is awesome. It was really funny. If you look at their Twitter account, they talk about how they're working on a light theme because they had a dark theme by default. They posted like a little GIF. Where was it? Yeah, the Supabase IO team debugging light mode. Yeah. So Supabase is a Firebase alternative. I mean, that's kind of like a marketing term. They should really just call it like managed Postgres. Like it's kind of an amazing thing. Okay, timestamp Z, is that what I want? Postgres date type. Date time types. Timestamp without time zone, timestamp with time zone, date, time, interval. No, yeah, so I mentioned this earlier. This is not sponsored. I guess I could. Is it literally just timestamp? Not sponsored. I've already pointed out things that are bad about this, but also, like, I don't know. I like it. I like it a lot. Oh, okay, yeah. So timestamp is both date and time with no time zone. Both date and time with time zone. Yeah, timestamp. There we go. And then timestamp Z is probably the one with the time zone. I don't think I care about the time zone. I'm going to assume everything is UTC. Right? And this cannot be empty. We could likely, can we have a default value? Yeah. Look at this. So the default value is now. So whenever I insert a row, I don't have to specify created at. Now will automatically set it to be the current time. Yeah, so timestamp and assume the database is in UTC. That's the plan. Okay, cool. So we have created at, and then we want another column for updated at. And then this will also be a timestamp. It's going to default to now. So when you create the row, the creation date and the updated date are the same. Created at, updated at. And then we saw over in, was it under database? Or no, was it under SQL? Automatically update time extensions. Yeah, so handle update at before update on set. Apparently that's a reserved word. I should not have called the table set. Okay, create trigger, handle updated at before update on set. For each row, execute procedure, mod date time, updated at. That's what we want. Run. Syntax error at set. Do I need backticks? Single quotes? Will it work without the quotes? Success. No rows returned. I just want to see if it'll fail with an invalid database name. Awesome. So I'm gonna go ahead and assume that it worked. This syntax editor is just highlighting the word set for some reason. Oh, I don't have any rows yet. No. We're just defining the data. That's why it said no rows affected, because I don't have any data yet, just the schema. All right, quick stretch. Let's take a sip of water. Set could be a problem later. All right. I'm gonna backtrack and rename the table. Let's see. Database. Can I rename the table? And HGN, thanks for that Prime sub. Card set. I'm just gonna call it sets, if I can. How would you rename a database? Alter table set. Postgres rename table. Here's an interesting question. If I change the database table name, will it just like break the UI? I'm curious because I don't really see. Yeah, I'm gonna do it in SQL, but yeah, query 1. Alter table set, rename to sets. What's gonna happen? We're gonna break it live. Don't cave. Don't go for plural. I mean, we if we don't go for plural, we could come up with something else like card set. But it's not really a card set. It's a set of expansions, and then expansions have cards in them. What's another word for set? Thesaurus. Collection? Yeah, collection might be a reserved word too, though. Expansion set? Not decided. Firm-handed, physical bearing, stage setting, group or assortment? A lot. Series. I like series because series is kind of like video games, and a lot of these are series. Series is the one. Yeah, series is nice. All right, let's go. Let's break the UI. Okay, success. Now what happens when we go to the table editor? Ah! Relation! Public set does not exist! All right. Let's refresh. All right, all I had to do was refresh the UI, and series shows up here. If we go to the API documentation, there it is. Series got generated. That's awesome. I don't mind refreshing the page. That's a beautiful thing. And if we look at the database, it's called series. Cool. Is there a way to create migrations in Supabase? Like, basically, every time I'm changing something, it's a new migration. Now, I don't know if they're keeping track of that behind the scenes as actual, like, migration files, and if I can roll back like I would with, like, Connects migrations. But that would be cool if they did. Honestly, though, if like, let's say the day comes where I don't want to use this anymore, I would just export. I would do like a SQL dump of the schema, and then I would just use that. I wouldn't really need the migrations. I wouldn't need to know how it changed over time. I would just need to know what the latest state is. Yeah. Don't forget to update the timestamp auto update thingy. Good call. Let's see what we did there. Yeah, so I have to do before update on. Well, I mean, if I renamed the table, wouldn't it carry over, maybe? I don't know. We'll rerun it. Yeah, look, see, it already exists. That's a good call, though. But because I renamed the table, the trigger went along with it. Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't roll back the table name to set. I'm just saying if we wanted to roll back changes to columns and stuff like that. All right, is there anything else we need? We have ID, name, release here, created at, updated at. I think we're good. Okay, at this point, I'm going to go ahead and try to put some data into this database. Now, here's what we can do. We can add a row. And so this is one of the cool things, another cool thing about this. Check I don't have duplicate triggers. Select star from information triggers. Let's do it. SQL. Query. I'll say this. So as a information schema. I swapped the letters. But I'll say this. As a developer that really likes to work on the back end, right? So I claim to be a full stack developer. I do a lot of front end, but I also do a lot of back end. I design databases. I build APIs. I do this kind of stuff. This this is scratching my itch for backend, right? So like with Firebase, you're kind of just throwing things into an object store, and you don't really think about the schema ahead of time. But in the real world, and for most apps, things are very often data first, and you have to think about the data first. So this is scratching that backend itch for me. We're doing database design right now, and that's fun. But yeah, there was no extra things. All right, here we go. Let's write some code that inserts some data here. So how do we authenticate? Ooh, I should not have chosen. Oh no, okay, that's the client key. Okay, I was like, wait, and you're missing some characters too. Let me hide my screen for a second. Client API. So yeah, so allows anonymous access to your database until the user has logged in. After logging in, the keys will switch to the user's own login token. We provided you with a client key to get started. You'll soon be able to add as many keys as you like. You can find it in a non-key in the API settings. For security purposes, you can run, which is not subscribed to any table and completely disables real-time updates. Okay, the service keys. Okay, I didn't show the service key. The service key has full access to your data, bypassing any security policies. Be very careful where you expose these keys. They should only be used on your server and never on a client or browser. Cool. So what I'm about to do is I'm going to write some back-end code that I'm never going to publish to a front end that seeds the database, because I've already done a lot of the work of scraping all the card and expansion information. And so I'm basically going to be writing database seeds that use the service key to insert data. Now, let's see if, first of all, though, let's see if we can set up some role level security. Before we even do that, let's figure that out. So, and anyways, like if somebody does want to try and hack it and like get that client key, you might be able to insert some data, but I'll just delete it. I can just start. We're early days here, so it doesn't really matter if you do anything with it. Okay, so let's look at policies. Let's add a policy. Is policy what I want? Oh yeah, so I want to enable row level security. Now, in this case, actually, I don't need row level security, because row level security is typically associated with things that are being updated by users. And they usually have like an ID column and a Caligula. Thanks for that resub. But these series in this database table will pretty much only ever be updated by admins. Let's see what our policies look like. Let's add a policy. So insert SQL using data created by inserts and updates with check. So a descriptive name. Admin only. Advanced. Oh, okay. That's a little weird for me. So like I clicked in here. I cannot tell that there's a cursor there. Maybe you can see it. Maybe you can see it. It's black. You should probably, if anybody from Supabase watches this, make that cursor a little bit easier to see. I was like, I can't write anything. Okay, so yeah, this policy is going to be read only. And then for insert, I think I'm going to need like roles or something like that. Yeah. The only thing I'm worried about right now is if that, actually I'll test this. If that client key that I only slightly exposed earlier, if that has write access to the database. Because if it does, then anyone with that client key could write. But we'll worry about that later. Let's get some data into our database. So let's go. And actually, we'll just look at the API documentation, because the API documentation shows you what you need. So this is our API URL. We need to install Supabase JS. They do provide client libraries for a few different things. We're using JavaScript, so we're just going to use that. And I'm going to put this in my folder here that has all of my scraped data. Okay. I'm going to make a directory called seeds? No. Yeah, I am. I'm going to make a directory called seeds, and that's going to have all of my database seeds. Seeds is a common term used to describe like initial data of our database. Yeah, exactly. So the I kind of want this. I want this table to just be read only, honestly, because the only thing that would ever be updating it is like the server key or whatever. So let's create a seed for series, and I'm just going to define the data here. Right now we have like 3 or 4 series that we're going to be doing. So we have the data. It's going to be an array of objects. It has a name, which is going to be like sword and shield. It has a release year, which I believe was 2019? 2020? I'll have to look it up. This VS Code theme is called Just Black, but it has a few modifications. If you do !theme, you can get a link to it. Yeah, we're actually writing code now. And the code isn't even that difficult. So we have Sun and Moon. It was released maybe like 20... I gotta look these up. If anybody wants to help me out with where I can find this information, that would be great. No, XY. This was like 2013, maybe? I don't know. Should we do a prediction on how many of these I get right? I might adjust them. Sword and Shield was 2019. Okay. Then I'm going to go ahead and guess this was 2017. I honestly have no idea. But I think these are really only the properties that I need on this, right? So we have name, release year, and then created at and updated are going to get there. Sun and Moon was 2016. Man, I mean, is there a pattern? Does this make this 2013 and this 2010? Release year does not have a default value. So release year is a non-nullable column, I believe. So if we look at our database and we look at series, oh no, don't delete the table. Come on. Oh, that's where you change the name. That makes sense. I didn't see that earlier. You click this button and then you can put the name in there. Okay, cool. But release year is an int, and I set it as required, so it cannot be null. XY was 2013. Got it right. Nice. I am going to confirm all of this stuff. We'll go to Bulbapedia. This is a really good wiki for Pokemon stuff. So let's search for sword. Video game series. Nice. I don't know if the video game series correspond with the expansions, though. So XY was 2013. Black and White was 2010. So basically, it's kind of like every 3 years. They do correspond. So 2010, 2013, 2016, 2019. I'm going to go ahead and assume these dates are right. That's what I'm going to do. We can always update them later. And it kind of gets into the idea I have eventually of like, I kind of want this to be a structured wiki, right? Like typically whenever you have a wiki like Wikipedia or Bulbapedia, this is user editable, but it's all pages, right? With unstructured content. And this is very structured content because they have very specific properties. But I want potentially, even though this is like a read-only column, I want a user to be able to make a suggestion that says, oh, needs to be corrected. There's a full table at the bottom of the page. Let's go. Here we are. Yeah, so X and Y, Black and White 2010. And then all of these, I believe, fall under like Legends or something like that. But these are the only sets that I have right now in my data. And like Ruby and Alpha Sapphire were lumped in with XY, I guess. There was not a Ruby and Sapphire TCG expansion. Okay, good enough. All right, so I have my data. Let's put it into the database. We're going to go back to the API documentation. We installed it. Now we need to create a client. So I already installed this library, Supabase. So we have our project URL. What project is this? It's for Japanese Pokemon cards. We're going to grab our env, our Supabase key from the env. We're going to create a client. We'll probably grab this from the env too. It's like an auto-generated URL. It doesn't have to be pretty. Cool, and then we get our client. Let's actually put this into a separate file. So right here in my source directory, I'll create a file called, let's call it client.js. And that's just going to do this stuff, and then it will export that client instance. Java. Okay. And then I'll module.exports that Supabase. So just to clarify, right now I am writing backend code. This is code that's only ever going to run on my machine or potentially a backend server if I need one. This is not front-end code. And now let me set up an env. So I'm going to install .env, which is a library that'll let us read in from our .env. Is using this Supabase better than using a MERN stack setup? I don't know. This is my first time trying it. I would say it's very different. It's very different. Like with Mongo, and typically like with the MERN stack, you're probably using something like Mongoose, and there you're defining all of your schemas within your code. You have like models that describe the schema. Whereas here, we're kind of doing this database first, in that I'm thinking about this from a data perspective and like a SQL database perspective, and I'm designing all of my tables there, and then we're going to write the code that interacts with them. So yeah, that's the thing. Okay, so I'm going to create this env file that pulls all of that in. I'm going to pull in .env here, so it reads it in, and then I'm going to bring in the client. Let's go into source client like that. Cool. You can use typo or in with Supabase. That makes sense because it's Postgres. So yeah. Does the code you're writing right now be run only? Yeah. So right now this is code that will really only ever need to run once, because this doesn't change that often. But we should have a pretty pleasant experience inserting the data. So I'm going to update this env with my actual info, and then we'll go from there. So we need our let's see. Has anybody hacked us yet? Nobody's hacked us yet. We can look at this. All right, I'm gonna try it first with that like anonymous key that I accidentally, yeah, we're lazy, that I accidentally leaked a little bit earlier. And Hemi Codes, thanks for that resub, very much appreciated. So I'm gonna put that key in, and then I need my URL. If this works, that's probably okay. I just need to lock down the table afterwards to be read-only. Okay, you don't need to use include .config when linking .env. Is that a new thing? Okay. But here we are, my friends. We have our client, which is pulling in our Supabase URL and our Supabase key from our environment variables. Before we bring that in, we're calling our .env so that those environment variables get loaded. Apparently, we don't have to call .config, but I don't believe you. So I'm going to leave it there because I know that it works. And now we have this data that we want to insert. So if we look at our API documentation, we want to not read. We want to insert. Insert many rows. This is the code that I want. And Helon, thanks for that resub. Yeah, he says thanks for the content. Thanks for the resub. Okay, so we'll use our client. We say from series insert this data, and we're done. This is the code. This is all the code it takes to insert. I'm just going to create a a function called insert data. That way we can make it async. Insert date. We do that. Oh no, let's call this seed data. And then let's call this inserted data. Okay, here we go. It's interesting that it doesn't throw an exception. It just returns the error. Don't know how I feel about that. I kind of like try catches instead of if blocks. If there was an error, console.error. Error. Is it insert data? I'll look it up. Else log success. And then we'll just log out the data that got inserted. So inserted data, like that. This is just telling me insert. Did I spell the function wrong? Oh, insert date. I see. Insert data. Cool. All right. So when this file runs, just call that. Should be fine. Let's see. Will it work? So if we run, I'm going to put the seeds in the source directory. I don't know why I didn't do that to begin with. Seeds are going to go here in source. Cool. And then we can auto update those imports. So now, yeah, that's better. I like that. Okay. Node source/seeds.series.js. Go! Oh no! Cannot use import statement outside a module. Oh yeah, that makes sense. We are not. I mean, we technically could. We could. We're in node 15. We could use import, but I'm just going to require it in. Const Supabase equals require that, and then we can say Supabase dot create client. All right. Moment of truth. Ta-da! Look at that, and we have our automatically updated or our default values of when they were created at and updated at. It has our auto incrementing ID. That's a beautiful thing. Yeah, great work, everyone. We have data in our database. Now, if we look at the table editor, it shows the rows. Look at that. So these pop up here, and we can manually edit them if we want to. And that is awesome. It's great. We're done. Oh, you know what? I thought of a change. So all of these sets should have an image URL or like a logo URL. I'm going to go ahead and add that new column. So let's say, is it logo? Yeah. We'll allow empty. This is just going to be another one of those varchars. Here we go. Icon. Well, icons are for expansions. So like if you look at these expansions, this little thing here is the expansion icon. And technically each expansion also has like a logo. Cover URL. I like logo URL. We're going to stick with that. Artwork. Yeah, so I mean, we haven't done much. We've defined one table and put some data into it, but that's great. I mean, the place you would want to go next is actually like building a front end for this. And I guess what's interesting is your front end code is going to look exactly like this. Like this is the code you would write on the front end to insert data. I think what we should try to work on now is row security. We need to lock down this table. Because right now I'm actually using the anonymous key. So I'm using the anonymous key that was leaked earlier, and that let me write data to this table, but I want to prevent that. I want to make it so that only logged in admin users can write to this table. Yeah. How many users does 500 megabytes hold? So they actually store those separately. So with the free plan, how difficult is it to get a new key? Let's see. I probably can reset the anonymous key. Apparently I can't. Yeah, I can't seem to find it. It's probably somewhere. But that's okay. We need to just lock this stuff down. And I mean, I think kind of like the first step at least is to like add myself as a user to this system and then make that user the system admin somehow. We might have to create a separate table for like roles, or maybe we store those in Postgres, but regardless, I'm going to invite myself. Oh, wait. Is this... Give me a second. Yeah, I think this is okay. This is it. So, well, I don't mind that key being exposed, because eventually when we build a front end, that's the key that we're going to use, which is totally fine. Which just means I have to develop with security in mind from the beginning, which is what you should always do. So cool. Let me accept this invite. Actually, let's see if I can do it from my phone. And it's probably a magic link, which is cool. No reply. You've been invited. You've been invited. You have been invited to create a user on localhost 3000. Follow this to accept the invite. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the user exists. That's great. Now. Yeah, I bought this domain a long time ago. I need to look at the documentation for policies, because I haven't really done this with Postgres before. So typically when I'm interacting with a Postgres database, all of my authorization logic is in application code, not in the database itself. So I kind of need to look into like Postgres policies and stuff like that. Yeah. Let's see if there's more documentation. I feel like I'm missing some documentation here. Developers, documentation, database. Am I going to invite you all? Not yet. No. I mean, really, the only users that would need to sign up for this is, I think eventually there's going to be a way to manage your card collection so you can keep track of like the card counts and what cards you have and don't have. And then eventually, like I mentioned, there'll be like a wiki feature. Scuba Steve! Thanks for that resub. Is that Tony? I mean, it may not be. Maybe there's somebody else called Scuba Steve. But if you all remember Tony, he had the name Scuba Steve. Cool. All right. SQL editor, additional features, extensions, enabling extensions, address standardizer. Whoa! Used to parse an address into constituent elements. That's awesome. Admin pack, administration functions for Postgres. So these are all extensions that are like built for Postgres, but you can just add them, which is pretty awesome. Okay, that's great. Where can I learn more about security? Auth. Policy examples. Okay. Here's some examples to show how the power of Postgres row level security. Each policy is attached to a table, and the policy is executed every time a table. The table. Hey, is this open source? There's a typo. Somebody fix this typo. Every time a table is accessed. Okay. We created the table already. We need to enable row level security. And then for select using that. Okay. Restrict updates. Creates a table called profiles in the public schema. Enables row-level security. Creates a policy which allows logged-in users to update their own data. Yeah, so that's what this is doing. Is saying for a given row, you can only edit it if the row's ID is equal to your logged-in user ID. And this is specifically for the user, the user table, the profile table. Then you can join. All of the channel redemptions aren't really happening. There's a lot of redemptions. I'm just going to give you all of your points back because they're not popping up in my UI. Policies can also make use of security definer functions. This is useful in a many-to-many relationship where you want to restrict access to the linking table. Yeah, right now, I just want to say only logged in users can modify this table. So something like where auth ID is not equal to null, maybe? Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, this seems extremely approachable to me. Like, if you've ever looked at Firebase security rules, I still haven't wrapped my mind around them. This, it's kind of just like SQL syntax. It looks, it looks fine. Maybe I have to do something auth UID in auth.users. Maybe? My mustache is just like really long hairs. So I style it. I do style it. Earlier I was going to show this one. Yeah. And imagine, what does hair look like if you don't style it? It's like, kind of like a Fu Manchu. It's like it goes down like this. But yeah, I do style it every morning, and it doesn't take much time. You don't have to use profiles, it says a bit lower. Okay. Or you don't have to use policies. You can also put your authorization rules in your middleware. Auth.user is a thing? Yeah, maybe we want to look at the API docs, not the developer docs. API reference. Auth. Inside a browser context, user will return the user data if there is a logged in user. For server-side management, you can get a user through auth.api.getUser by cookie. Data, not storage. Auth.session returns the session data. You have to get your user ID on the token. I think it's auth.id in the Postgres policy. Yeah, I guess so. But I guess what I'm... the rule basically would be, is auth.id found? Or is auth.id defined? Because if it's not defined, you shouldn't be able to write. Create a public users table. Even though Supabase provides an auth.users table, it is helpful to also create a users table in the public schema, which uses the same UID primary key as the auth users. For security purposes, the auth schema is not exposed on the auto-generated API. Creating a public users table allows you to interact via the Supabase client, especially useful for cross-table queries. So if you want to add a row to your public users table every time a user signs up, you can use triggers. I kind of like this because this is where you could store like profile information. When you turn on row level security, no one can write anymore. Well, that's easy. Let's do it. Or I guess I was already there. If we go under authentication, policies, row level security. Let's go. Okay, so let's see. I just enabled that. Let's try running these seeds again. And nice. New role violates row level security policy. So now no one can write to the table. That's honestly all I wanted. But I do kind of want to figure out how do I write a rule that says only a super user could log to it, to write to it. Actually, let me try this really quick though. So if I change that, if I change the environment variable I'm using as my my key, if I change that key to be like the all powerful one, let's see if that still lets me write to it even with row level security. So let's grab the all-powerful settings, auth settings. General? I could take a look at auth.role. Settings, API. Cool. I keep looking at auth settings instead of API settings, but I guess that makes sense. All right, we're going to reveal the service role key. And we'll give it a go. Yeah, we still haven't been hacked. I mean, at this point, you can't hack it. I mean, you probably could. But, I mean, it's not impossible. It's really close to impossible, I would say. But we've enabled row level security, so we can't insert data here anymore. But I changed my environment variable to use my service role key. Let's see if we get some duplicate data. We do. I actually kind of like that. So like my backend should have full and total access. And if I were to integrate this into custom functions or something like that, I could use the Supabase library to write my own auth rules if I really wanted to. But yeah, now we have duplicate data, which I don't like. So let's get rid of it. Let's see how easy it is to get rid of duplicate data. Great. Now what do I do? This, delete rows. No one take that as a challenge. I mean, at that point, why is it ID 6? Oh, so here's the interesting thing about, and if you're not familiar with SQL databases, whenever this insert failed, the auto increment table still got incremented for some reason. You probably could disable that, or you could have like a rollback. I probably would needed to like wrap it in a transaction or something like that. But basically, my failed insert still incremented the ID column. And so that way, the next time I inserted it, I actually got the next ID, which, I mean, I'm not really worried about. Okay, I did that. The page didn't refresh, though. Yeah, it's a little bit of a bug. It didn't refresh, but it's still deleted. Okay. First impressions, this is awesome. So from someone who is very back-end focused, I like the fact that I still have like full control over my database tables. It's not, so like on Firebase, you're kind of just dumping things into JSON object stores. I think they added like schema validation and stuff like that, but here we have like database level validation of types, and there's restrictions on the stuff that gets inserted and stuff like that. That's awesome. I'll have to play around a little bit more with the rules and roles. Like I'll need to figure out how we can get these policies working for other tables. But yeah, first impressions are, I kind of like it. And I mean, if you look at the API docs, this tells us how we actually would interact from the client. So we could build a client app that just selects all the data and then shows it on the page with the anonymous key. Yeah. So first impressions, I like it. I'm going to keep using it. And like I mentioned earlier, if I eventually don't like it, I'm just going to export this schema and write my own backend. Cool. Sunraf is asking, how do I know your next stream? Today is a surprise stream. I don't normally stream on Sundays. The only scheduled stream is on Friday. Friday at 10:30 a.m. GMT -6. But I didn't make Friday stream this past week, so I'm streaming today. But if you check out, actually, did somebody give the schedule command already? If you look at the schedule on Twitch, does that take you to Twitch? Where does that take you? Oh no, that takes you to the Streamlabs countdown. I sometimes stream on Monday as well. I have a full-time job and I don't have a very consistent stream schedule, and I apologize for that. But yeah, for those of you that are just joining us, the drop game, you can play the drop game with me. Exclamation mark drop me, and your avatar will fall from the sky. But yeah, Redstone's mentioning, I post in Discord every time I go live. So if you join our Discord, you can go there. But here's your avatar, your avatars, and if it lands in the garden, you'll get your name on the screen. That is the drop game. It's a game of random chance. And it used to have collisions, like collisions between drops, but that gets really, really slow when there's hundreds and hundreds of drops, so I disabled it. But there we go. Finally, 2 people landed. Who was it? We've got Cookie, great drop Cookie, and then a teeny tiny, is that America 2050? Teeny tiny drops. Here's a 10-minute video on how policies work on Supabase. Okay, I may or may not watch this on stream because I think what I want to focus more of my time on right now is just designing the schema, because that's something that needs to be done no matter what. And then maybe we can build a super basic front end that pulls in all of that data. I think that's the plan for the rest of the stream. And I'll probably do some research off stream, and then we'll revisit roles in a new stream. Isn't it better just write your own stuff and have it on Versal or something else where you're more in control? The purpose of a tool like Supabase is totally different. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, instead of having to write your own backend code, you're allowing it to use like Postgres to expose as a REST API. And it's using like a package to expose updates expose real-time updates, which we haven't even seen yet. I mean, this really doesn't even need to be a real-time app, right? Because the data doesn't necessarily change that often. But we could use the real-time features if we really wanted to. But this is a lot less backend code. Like, I mean, if I were to do this with code, we would have a table for our migrations. We'd define all the migration tables themselves. We'd define all the migrations, and then I'd have a separate seeds file. There'd be a little bit more code. As I get more into the project, it's a lot less code that I have to write. And I think that's one thing that I do like about it. Oh, nice, Moangabo. Good to hear. Yeah, so on this past Friday, I did a rerun of a bunch of old streams, going back like over a year. A lot of people tuned in. This drop game is not using P5. We were making a new drop game with P5, but we haven't finished it yet. Oh, nice, Sunraf. That's good to hear. Go to 8 minutes. All right, let's watch this video together. And this is the official Supabase channel. So auth deep dive, restrict table access. I mean, we probably could watch the whole video, but we're going to go to 8 minutes. Here we go.
For the definition, we'll say auth.role.
Nah, I can't. I can't do that. It's hard to hear. I got to do this.
The possible options here so far are auth.role, auth.email, and auth.uid. So we're going to go for auth.role, and we're going to say if the auth.role is equal to anon, then let them read from the table. We see that we now have this policy started. And now we should be able to...
Yeah, I know that you can't hear it. But I think that makes sense. So actually, I mean, even if... let's do this. Let's build a super basic front end. I mean, and just with vanilla JavaScript to see, can I query this data? And I think because I locked it down, I actually can't. If you look at our API... I mean, I think we actually can try a RESTful route. So this /rest/v1/series. Yeah. And so because we did row level security, I can't access this. But where am I? Here. And if we go into authentication and policies and on series, oh yeah, again, I don't know. I didn't know that I can't see my cursor. So if auth.role is equal to anon, then you are allowed to select. We should still not be able to insert. Lockdown. That's what I'll call it. All right, and then can we access the data? And again, and again, and again. I guess you still need the anonymous client ID. How is he doing it? You just pass it. Oh no, it's a bearer token. No, it's API key in the header. Let's try calling this with Insomnia. Give me a second. I'm gonna fire up Insomnia, and we're gonna call it. Oh, I know that you can't see the video. Wait. Oh yeah. Wait. Could you? Wait. What? give me a second. What are we gonna do? And River Merrill, thank you very much for that resub. Cool. All right. This is Insomnia. It lets me make HTTP requests. So my REST API is here. And then, so this I think is just provided by Postgres, which is the library that sits on top of Postgres to make it a REST API. But it's REST v1 and then the entity name. But yeah, right now I do actually need to specify an API key. So I can grab that public anonymous one again. Give me a second and I'll grab that. Settings. API. A non-API key. Cool. And technically I should be able to expose this key because this is the key that I would use in my front-end code. So if we do this, invalid authentication credentials. I mean, is this technically the token? API key with a lowercase? Kong acquired Insomnia? It is a token? So do I have to do like authorization bearer? I don't see the dot separation that you normally see in JSON Web Tokens. Yeah, so I don't think this is a token. Let me verify that I have the right one. Forgot a slash? Where? No, I'll show you in the documentation here. So earlier we were looking at like the Supabase code. You can click on bash and it shows you how you can make a curl request. So we have the right URL. And then API key is a header. Oh, do we have to specify both? Oh, okay. So we need API key and we need the authorization header. Brr. Maybe not. Brr. The API key is not that. It says Supabase key. Okay, let me look at authentication. Client API key. So I actually, well, with the anonymous role, I shouldn't need to log in though, right? Don't I have lowercase API key? Yeah. Oh, no, you're right. It was different. Why is this one different? Yeah, okay, that works. Let me show you what I found. So in the authentication section, this is the key that I exposed earlier, but this is a client key. In your settings, there's some other anonymous key that's different than this for some reason. I don't know what the differences between the two are, but that one didn't work. This one works. So, and yeah, and this one does look like a token. You can see that it, like, I'm pretty sure if we threw this into a JSON web token decoder, we should see what's inside. Anon. Show the key with that drop down at the top of the documentation API. Where is the drop down? I'm not sure what you mean. But this worked. This gave us back the data, but we can't write to it, and we could we figured out earlier we can't write to it, but we can read from it, and that's great. We could build a little front end that pulls this data, but I think I'm going to take a quick break, and then when I come back, we're just going to do some more designing here. So this is where we'll get into related data. So next up, I'm going to create an expansions table, and expansions will relate to series because a series can have many expansions. And so we'll see how it handles relational data. So that'll be interesting. And what's up, Matthew? Just followed. Do I ever work in Java? Not really. I mainly do JavaScript, but though I may start doing some C# pretty soon. Yeah. Okay, quick break. I'll be back in, let's call it 7 minutes. But yeah, this was fun. I'll say, like, if you're gonna leave, I'll say that give Supabase a try. Obviously, we're about to get into some more complex scenarios of relational data, and then also learning about and figuring out row-level security, which will be fun to figure out. But yeah, and Murdoch, thanks for the bits. Much appreciated. Hopefully you're doing well, Murdoch. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. Stay awesome. I'll leave you with some music, and feel free to play the drop game while I'm gone. But I'll see you soon. Hello, hello. Hey, everyone. Welcome back. How's it going? Yeah, let's get back into it. So, what I do? Okay, like I said, we're gonna design some more tables here. So we have series, these are top level items. Now we're gonna create a table for expansions. And so there are many expansions that belong to a given series. Yeah. Oh yeah, so so my YouTube is green. I think, what is this thing called? Yeah, it's called Enhancer for YouTube. Enhancer for YouTube. It has a lot of cool stuff. You can change the UI theme. There's all this extra stuff like removing ads, expand. You can pop out, little pop out player. What else? Keyboard shortcuts. Oh, you can add a filter? Whoa. I've never done this. You can watch YouTube videos with like fully inverted colors and a Gaussian blur. That's funny. Okay. I want to watch this video. I'm curious if there's an article that goes along with it. Yeah. This gets into restricting table access, which is what I need to learn. I don't really want to watch this video on stream though. So let's just design more database stuff. Here we go. We need a new table. And this table will be called expansions. It'll have a primary key ID. Let's go. Table expansions is good to go. Awesome. So let's add some columns. First column is just going to be name, so the name of the expansion. This will be a varchar. And it cannot be empty, so non-nullable. Great. We'll add a foreign key relation. So I want to have a series ID. So every expansion belongs to a specific series. So I'm going to call it series ID. We'll make this, leave int 4. And then, yeah, I need to add a foreign key relation. So update foreign key relation. So this relates to the series table in the ID column. So this now links the two tables. And I think int 4 is what I want. A relation will be added to table. Yeah, you can't see this. A relation will be added to table series on column ID. Just go. Yeah, so now series ID is linked to the series table. So if I have ID 1 here, then that means the expansion belongs to Sword and Shield, which is the row with ID 1. Okay, that's great. I'll go ahead and look at some of the data I already have for my cards and such. Let's say you have a date and you just bought a house and you really, really want to invite them for dinner. Well, in that case, you need to create a table. Yeah, you got to create a table so that you can eat dinner. Awesome. So I have a ton of scraping code that's collecting all the initial data for this database. And I actually wrote some scraping code for Pokemon-card.com. So Pokemon-card.com is the official Japanese Pokemon card website. It took some getting used to learn how to like navigate it, but ultimately there actually is there's a card search that they have built in, and so this is my initial main source of data. I have all of the like card image URLs and the card names and stuff like that, but also I have the list of expansions. So this right here lists out all of the I think current expansions for Sword and Shield and Sun and Moon. If you look at all of them, look at them. That's Japanese. And then also there's an older web page for getting the black and white and XY. Oh, you speak Japanese? That's awesome. But I have this little file right here that I created by scraping all of that. So I have an expansion code. So this is the unique code that identifies that expansion, and every card will have that code on it. So this is the expansion S6K. And so if we look at S6K, this is Jet Black Poltergeist. let's throw this into Google Translate. I believe it's Jet Black Poltergeist. Oh no, Silver Lance. Okay, never mind. That's a different one. Silver Lance. But yeah, so we have, oh no, that was 6H. We want 6K. Ravengeist, yeah, okay. Okay, so we have the code. We have the total number of cards. So you can see on every Pokemon card, it has a specific number. That's how you can identify it. So this is card number 2 out of 6. Oh yeah, because I'm not filtered right now. This is just all cards. But if I were to filter specifically by one specific set, this is SP3, then you only see the cards for it. But you can see in SP3 there are 6 cards, and this is the second card of them. So I'm storing the number of cards. You also have what are called secret rares, which go beyond the total, but I'm storing the total. We have the ID, so this is the ID as it is on PokemonCard.com. So we can use that to link this expansion back to the official source. And then we also have the release date. Now, I'm missing the release date for some of these, so I'll have to fill that in later. And right now, I actually don't have what series these expansions belong to, which is unfortunate because I need that. So I might have to do a little bit of work right now just to get the series IDs tied to these expansions. But regardless, I was just showing you this because these are the columns that we need. So close that. Close that. We also need, so we have name. We also need the code. This will be a varchar. And cannot be empty. There we go. Well, the thing is, when I was scraping, I didn't really have a way to tie it back to this. So the Pokemon card website's data didn't have that exactly. Yeah, and so eventually we're going to need to translate it. But what I think we're going to do, and I learned this from experience for localization, is you actually have separate tables that store the translations. So it's a little bit mixed because our series table is actually storing English. I would need somebody to translate these for me, but what I think we'll do is we'll actually have a table called series_translation. And that table, actually, let's go and do it. We'll do one, yeah, let's do one. So let's create another table called series translation. And actually, so it's going to need a language code, and so we probably need a lookup table of language codes. So let's create that first. Let's call this like languages. And then it has a primary column ID. There we go. And then languages would have a, it has an ID and then like a name or like a locale. Let's call it name. But the locale will be like EN for English or ES for Spanish. And so we'll save that. And then I'll just go ahead and, yeah, and this will be a varchar. And then I'll just put one row in for English, because that will allow us to store the English translations of the series themselves. And I should actually put these in Japanese and then store the translation over here. Okay, so we're going to add a row where the name is EN for English. Can you import JSON to Supabase? You just have to write the code to do that. So the way that I seeded the database a little bit earlier was like so. I pulled in the Supabase client library. I defined the data that I wanted to put into the database, and then I just did a Supabase client, specified the table I wanted, and then inserted the data. So yeah, I mean, this could have been defined in a JSON file, and I would have imported it in. So Supabase is an alternative for something like Firebase, but it's different, and I like it. I like it. It's more my style, I would say. Okay, so we have in the language table, and then now I could create another table that's like a series translation. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, no set topic, because the stream title is pretty self-explanatory. We're trying Supabase for the first time. Okay, so series translation is going to store the translations for all possible languages for this specific series. So yeah, it needs a primary key. And then series translation will have a series ID. And so this is going to be a foreign key column that cannot be empty, that ties back to a specific series. So the translation of a database is like a huge topic that you could talk about for days. But the tricky part of storing translations in the table themselves is then you end up with a bunch of columns, right? So like, let's say I wanted an English translation, then I would have to create a new column called name_English, and I'd put the English name in there. And let's say we now want to support French, and now I need to add another column that's like name_French in it, or name_FR, and then we put the data in there. And so that's really cumbersome because you have to keep adding columns anytime you want to support a new language. Whereas with a relationship setup like this, now that we store the series ID, and then we also need a column. So now what we do is we specify all the columns that we want to translate. And in this case, the only things I care about translating for this row is the name. Like release year is exactly the same. The logo URL wouldn't change. So in the translation table, we would need name. And this will be a varchar. Can't be empty. Save it. And now what this allows us to do is say for series ID 1, and check this out. When we're wait, okay, never mind. I thought it was going to give us a drop down, but let's say for series ID 1, which is Sword and Shield, the English translation. Oh no, sorry, we need one more column. The other column we need is the language ID. So what this allows us to do is for every translation of one row in series, we have an entry in the series translation table. So we'll have another column for a language ID. This is going to be a linked back to our language table, which is where we store the language codes. So it's a lookup. And now we can insert a row. So we're going to have a row where the language is English and the translation is of row 1 here. I realize it's confusing because this is already in English, but eventually I'm going to change these to Japanese. Like the source of our data is Japanese. So here I could insert a row where the series ID is 1. The English translation is Sword and Shield. And then the language ID is going to be 1 because this is the English translation. Save it. And so now this row is the English translation of this row. But if we wanted to also translate it into Spanish, we could do series ID 1. What is Sword and Shield in Spanish? So from English to Spanish, espada y escudo. And actually, I need another language code. So in my languages table, we'll add another row for ES, Español. It's a good question, Ashstatic, who's saying, do I feel the Supabase DB GUI is beneficial or detrimental for beginners since you don't really rely on SQL? So the reason I'm flying through this UI is because I am so used to using SQL to define my tables and define my relationships. So to me, I know what all of these things mean, and I know the implications of like foreign keys and stuff like that. For people that are totally new to SQL, this is a lot of things you're actually going to have to learn. I actually don't think it's detrimental to beginners. I think it's a good tool for them to potentially learn those things because if you compare this to Firebase, with Firebase, it's backed by a NoSQL store. Typically, you don't define your schemas ahead of time. And so I think it's really easy for beginners building apps that way to kind of just throw data into the database and not give it a second thought. Whereas myself, when I'm building apps in the real world, production apps, it's typically data first. Like I have to kind of define how I'm going to be storing all of this data and how all of this data relates. So I think it's good that you have to approach it from that direction. But I do agree, or it is true that there's a lot of base knowledge you need here. And especially when we get into security rules, that's using row level security. So that's all like a Postgres thing that you'd have to learn about. They're linked to another table in field. What's that about? Yeah. I've been coding for like 15 years. Yeah, this video will be uploaded to YouTube. I think eventually, once I learn Supabase well enough, I'll do a proper tutorial on it. But yeah, okay, so now let's insert a Spanish translation for Sword and Shield. So the series ID is 1, because it's Sword and Shield. The name is Espada y Escudo. We'll do a capital Escudo. And the language ID is 2 because, and Ashstatic. Thanks for that sub. Oh, I totally forgot. My notification sounds are off. Here we are. Did I miss anything else? I didn't, but thank you, Ashstatic, for that Prime sub. Much appreciated. Okay, yeah, so language ID is 2 because this is Spanish. Save. And now we have some translations. Okay, I need I need these names in Japanese. And Murdoch, thank you very much for the bits, who says testing sounds nice. Thanks for the bits. Where can I get these in Japanese? It's a thing. I guess we could look on Bulbapedia. You can't really use Google Translate for this kind of thing because like it has a proper Japanese name. Diamond and Pearl. Look for the series of the Pokemon trading card game. I am. Okay. We want Sword and Shield. In foreign key fields, the icon links to the reference table. Like here? Oh, that's awesome. So yeah, you can see that. So Sword and Shield is the English translation, and if I click here, I can see the origin row. That might be it. Let me see if I can find it on their site here. Sword and Shield series. Sword and Shield. Yeah. Okay. So here it is. Yes, this is it. This is the translation. I mean, technically, my seed data should be in Japanese, but it was in English. That's okay. We're gonna do that, and then I'm actually gonna go directly update that row to make this make a little bit more sense. So, the root table has the name in Japanese because this is a Japanese database. So the root table, like the core table, is in Japanese, and then our translation table specifies for English, the translation is Sword and Shield, and then for Spanish, it's Espada y Escudo. And you can see on the language that 2 is ES, and for this one, 1 is English. Yeah. So the release date is just a year, and that's totally fine. Japanese people use the same year system as we do for the most part, so that doesn't need to be translated. Though when we get into like specific release days, when we're displaying it on the front end, we may decide to display it in a certain format for users depending on their chosen language. Because like in the US, we prefer month, day, year, but in the rest of the world, they prefer year, month, date. But we would just handle that on the front end. Okay, that's totally fine. I need to make a to-do to update these seeds. To-do, update seed data to be Japanese. Is this Sun and Moon? Thanks, Abel. I want to find it myself, but I think I found how we can get there, because if we go to Sun and Moon, then it specifies the specific series. Yeah. Oh, Germany uses day, month, year. In Europe, we prefer day, month, year. Well, oh yeah, well, in the US, we actually prefer month, day, year, which gets really confusing. Yeah, this is the ISO format, and I think it's the best one because it's universally recognizable. But what gets confusing is in the US, we do month, day, year. Like, my birthday is 5/21/1990, which is May 21st, 1990. Yeah. Normal people use day, month. Yeah, but in the US, we use month, day, year. There's no and in the Japanese version. Yeah, the thing is, we would handle that via a translation library on the front end. So it can handle displaying dates differently depending on what your chosen language is. Yeah, it is annoying, right? Decipher. What's up, Cypher? We're using Supabase to design our database right now. Let's go ahead and while we're thinking about it, we'll update the Sun and Moon table to have the Japanese name like that. Cool. All right. We need to insert some data into expansions. The tricky part is, though, I don't have in my seed data for expansions, the series ID is not in here. So I need to update that really quick. Let me see the best way for me to do that. Yeah. You can look on the Pokemon card website. Actually, No, I have an idea. So limitless TCG, which is actually where we were pulling our tables from initially. Let's see what Doc is saying. I figured out how the Postgres ICU collations work with Japanese. Create collation JA special. You need to set the DB to use that collation. I would probably just have to do that with SQL, right? Hello. I might need to recreate the database. I'm pretty sure you can. Well, you can set the collation on individual tables. I'm pretty sure, right? Because I've done that before. Yeah. I'm just going to add this as a to-do. In my cultural years calendar, we're in 2971. Well, there's probably a front-end library that can convert the whatever year system everyone else uses to that. You can also set it on a column level. Oh, this page is in Japanese. I can't read this, Doc. What are you doing? The TLDR is create collation JA special. Where is that code? I didn't even see it. Okay. All right. What are we doing? I need to get which series belong to Sword and Shield, and then we'll seed those into the database. And you know what? I'm just gonna do it manually because I feel like it. So sit back or go grab a drink of water. I'm gonna manually update this JSON file to add the series ID. I've created more work when I added translation to the application. Yeah, I mean, it was just an example. I don't necessarily have to use it, but we likely are, because one of the great things about this is it makes Japanese cards a lot more accessible, because we could have a direct translation of expansion names, series names, card names. It's going to allow you to search for cards in English or your preferred language if we can get other translations. So yeah. That's a good point, Doc. I'm struggling in deciding what to major, like CS and math a lot. Just don't know which to do. I was wondering if you could have some advice. Yeah, I'll give you some advice, M. Bamaza. So computer science is typically very theoretical in that you're learning how computers work. You're not necessarily learning how to write software. So in a computer science degree, you learn about, you do like computer architecture. You learn about all the parts and pieces of like the CPU, the arithmetic logic unit, and memory, and how that interacts. You do systems programming that teaches you like how operating systems work. You take a programming languages class that teaches you how compilers work. Computer science is very, very heavy in theory. Now, like some of that's useful, and depending on what you want to do, that could be extremely useful, but most people that get a computer science degree actually don't use any of that stuff. Like me right now, I'm designing a database. I don't have to know how a computer works or an operating system works to design a database. That's a totally separate skill set. There are some universities that offer a software engineering degree, and if I had to go back and do it again, and if I knew then what I know now, I probably would look for some place that has a software engineering degree, just because it's going to be a lot more focused on applicable things to the real world. You'll learn probably a whole lot more about like good software design and good project management, whereas the majority of CS grads don't really have any of those skills, and you have to learn it all on the job. So that's the other thing. Look into software engineering degrees. And you could also look into computer engineering. That's more of the hardware aspect. So not just how do computers work, but how would you actually build a computer with like a CPU with transistors and all that good stuff. That's computer engineering. Though you see a lot of crossover. Like people that get all three of those degrees sometimes end up working the same job. But yeah, that's my advice. Look into software engineering roles. If you're interested in building software, look into that. If you are interested in like research and maybe you want to build your own operating system or something like that, go with computer science. And then just get a minor in math, because there's a ton of overlap of classes between the two, and so you can get a minor without actually having to take that many more courses. That's my advice. Okay. There's a table Postgres, htable Postgres extension for key value pairs. Oh. So I'm using Supabase, which is using Postgres behind the scenes. That's what database it is. Yeah. Hosting Mongo locally. We'd like to ship an app that uses Mongo, but since it's hosted locally, it can't communicate. How to implement communication? Do I need to port forward? You probably shouldn't host a database on your local machine. Check out MongoDB, MongoDB Atlas, which is MongoDB hosted in the cloud, and they have a really generous free tier. And so you can set up a free database in the cloud, and then your application will just connect to that instead. Do that. Yeah, you learn a lot of stuff you won't use in a computer science degree. Though it's, I don't know, I am the programmer I am today because I got a computer science degree. Like, although I don't use that stuff, it is nice to know. I don't know, and thanks Rollwind for that host. See you later, Mark. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, if you can't afford a university, or if you're a little bit older, a coding academy or coding boot camp is a good option as well, because you learn very applicable and relevant skills. Like, you're learning the latest and greatest stuff that people in the real world are using. It's almost like a trade school in a way, because you're learning things that you can absolutely use on the job. And when you graduate from that coding academy or coding boot camp, you're like instantly employable, because you can use all the stuff that companies use. You don't have to like learn it on the job like a lot of computer science grads do. In Italy, it's the opposite. Computer science is more about programming, while engineering is more focused on the hardware. Well, yeah, so software engineering is more focused on the engineering of software. Computer engineering is focused on the hardware, but I'm specifically saying look into software engineering or software development. It's typically called like a software engineer degree. Yeah. Too many CS degree coders can't code, and that's why we live in the world that we live in. Yeah. Yeah, you're very welcome, Mbamasa. If you self-host, you need yeah. You could self-host, but you probably shouldn't, because then your database is basically exposed to the world on your home network, and there are automated tools out there that people are just scanning for vulnerable stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so Supabase can be self-hosted, and there's a Docker image that lets you self-host Supabase. Right now we're using the hosted version, but in the future I'll try the self-host. Not in CS, but in college you learn a lot about how to learn. Yeah, exactly. So, well, I mean, a lot of the coding academies and coding boot camps, the good ones, teach that as well. Like, a career in programming, writing software, you're basically always learning. Like, I'm learning about this new tool. I'm actually learning about, or I will be learning about Postgres, row level security. What else am I going to be learning about? Other things, but you're always learning. And that's just the nature of things. Like, it's not a career where you just learn all there is to know and then you just use that for the rest of your career. Though I don't know how many careers are actually like that. But you're basically always learning. Yeah. Yeah, and then I read that if you do self-host Supabase, you don't get this nice little UI. We basically would be doing all of this with connects, where we're actually defining the tables and the relationships and stuff like that. Okay, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I need to specify what the series is for all of the, not all of these. I'm only going to do Sword and Shield. But I guess here's the other thing, is that, like, technically our series IDs are not hard-coded to be like 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm making a lot of assumptions here. But I'm going to assume that, actually, let's do this. So let's create a new file for the expansions seed, and we're gonna do a little lookup here. So I can say that the series, like series 1, or no, series SWSH, Sword and Shield is 1. Yeah. We'll come up with our own little code. SWSH, Sword Shield. And so in my JSON file, I'm going to say that the series is SWSH. That way I'm not hard coding it as 1 over here in the seed file. Cool. This is the GUI tool for Supabase, but if you self-host it, you don't get this for now. And really, like that is their value proposition. Like that's why you would use a hosted service like Supabase, is because you get this cool little admin UI, and that's why you might pay for the pro or the pay-as-you-go tier. Whereas with self-host, you're a lot more hands-on. Yeah, I mean, we absolutely could do that. Like we could build an app. We could build an app that is this UI, right? An app that like modifies your database, that lets you like run SQL queries and stuff like that. Okay. Like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and do this manually. We'll call this the series SWSH. And so take a break real quick. Call your mother. It's Mother's Day, if you celebrate that. So take this opportunity to call your mom while I am manually updating this to include the series ID. Hello, Sound of Gaming. Thanks for being here. Okay, so we got S-P. We need all of the SA ones, our Sword and Shield. It's true. We celebrate it here in the US. I don't know if you do it in other parts of the world. I mean, actually, I could honestly, any series here where the ID, honestly, where the ID is greater than 695 belongs to Sword and Shield. I think I can assume that. I'm actually going to write that really quick. Let me undo all the things I just did. So let me pull these in. So the expansions are going to be this seed data, or this data that I've scraped in the past. So here, and then expansions. Okay. So I want to filter out any expansion where the ID is greater than, what was it, 695? I'm just going to log these out. Why between quotes? Because I have it actually stored as a string, even though it is a number. And though, I mean, technically, yeah, I want it to be a string. Because the ID, I couldn't necessarily guarantee, because this data is all coming from a totally outside source, and I couldn't guarantee that this was a number, though. Well, and it's not, because sometimes it's a string like this, so I just made them all strings. But SA is the oldest one. Yeah, 695. This, I think this should work. And then basically these are the only ones we're going to seed into the database because we know that their series ID is 1. 1,000 is less than 695. Turn it into a number. So e.id is equal to s-p or a number greater than 695. I'm just going to see what this gives back. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Oh yeah, yeah. I know there's no need for parentheses. It's my style guide. My style guide prefers parentheses even with just one param. Seeds, expansions. Here we go. Seems legit. We could also sort this by ID. Should be least to greatest now. So starting with, we want greater than or equal to 695. Yeah, okay, so we've got SP, we've got SA, which is, I believe, this is the V starter decks, but I believe it's the first thing that was released from Sword and Shield. Let me just see if I can, on the Pokemon card website, we can make sense of that. Does anybody in the chat speak Japanese? But I believe these have different IDs. I think it is because this one is Sun and Moon. So this one is SM12A, and I believe if you look at the network traffic, that has ID 694. Konnichiwa. So yeah, if we change this to be this one, that should be 694 ID. 656? Let's look at 655. This is SM12. Or sorry, 656, 657? Does not exist. 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70. We're saying 695. I'm gonna do this all day. 672, 73, 74, 75, 76. What I'm trying to find is 695, the first one defined after SM12A, because that was the last expansion from Sun and Moon. 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90? Wait. '91, '92, '93, '94, '95. I'm going to go ahead with the assumption that this logic is correct and that these IDs are actually Sword and Shield. Okay, so now that I have them, I can insert them into the database. So let's do it. I'm going to bring in the DNV, not the DNV, the ENV file. Not require. Config. And then we'll bring in the client, the Supabase client. Let's take a quick stretch. Exclamation mark theme will get you my theme, but if you do go to my VS Code settings repo, I specify what theme I'm using. So I'm using just black. That's the one I'm using right now. And then if you look in my configuration, anything under editor.token color customizations, these are modifications to the colors of the theme. It's not much, but it's a little bit. Bring in the DMV. If you do exclamation mark break, you can get a link to that break timer that I have popping up. Okay, so we're bringing in the Supabase client that we have defined, and I'm actually just going to copy and paste some of the code we had from series. So we have this insert data function, And this needs to do something like this. So await client from expansions. We need to insert this sword and shield data. But we need to format it so that it works with the data that the format that the database is expecting. So we're going to map it to create some new... we'll create a new object that has the right property names and such. So name is just expansion.name. I'm going to call this the source ID. So, and I'm actually going to add that column to the database because I want to keep track of where this data is coming from. And so if I just do this as expansion.id, that way later on we could have some like automated scraping tasks that goes out to that specific expansion by ID and maybe grabs new card images if they're ever put up. But they're not. This data is mostly static. Yeah, that Java pop-up keeps popping up. But this ID here is the ID on the Pokemon card website. So I'm just going to store it as the source ID. Yeah, it's our mandatory reminder that Java exists. Exactly. We have release date, which is just going to be expansion.release date. We have total cards, which is going to be expansion.total. I have tried ASP.NET Core. I'm using it at work right now. I really like it. I'll say that. I really like it. I mean, it's just C#, but it works cross-platform. But I like it. So there's Entity Framework Core that works cross-platform. I'm still going to store it as a string. Okay, then we have the icon URL. And then we also to relate this back to the sets table, we'll have the series table. We'll have series ID, which is going to be 1 in this case because this is all Sword and Shield. Looks like you're writing a database app. Have you tried using enterprise grade Java? Okay. And then we need the code. So the code is the abbreviation that shows up on cards. So we need that. Awesome. I think this is it. Yeah, I need to add these extra columns into my schema, and then we should be good to go. So here we go. Wasn't there another table editor? Like if we look at this one. Yeah, I like this editor better because we're not seeing the data. Okay, so we have series ID, name. We also need code. This will be a varchar. Cannot be empty. Save it. Code contains null values. Oh, who put data in my database? Nobody did. Am I looking at the... I think I clicked the wrong... I clicked on series instead of expansion. That's what happened. And basically what that error meant was because I was trying to... I think that's what just happened. Because I was trying to create a column on a row that already had data and said it was not nullable, it couldn't because there was already data in the table, and it didn't know what to set that data to. Series, right? No, not series. Expansions. Expansions is where we're at. Now we need a code, which can be a varchar and can be empty. Column code of relation expansions already exists. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so there it is. So we have code, ID, name, series ID. What else? Source ID is a string. I think we'll allow empty here because sometimes this might have been added in some other way. So source ID can be empty. Yeah, that's an issue here. Whenever you're adding new columns on this page, it doesn't refresh for some reason. Cool. So code ID, name, series ID, source ID, release date. And this is going to be a timestamp. Default value is null, and it can be empty. So for some of these, I actually don't have the release date recorded. And so this will be something where like users can contribute data. Can I start typing in the type field instead of having to use the mouse? Probably. Not quite. I'll try it on this next one. Series ID, source ID, release date, total cards. And surprisingly, this is going to be a string, and I'll tell you why. So whenever you're looking at a card, I talked about this a minute ago, but a card has a number. So in this case, this Paris is a 3 out of 173, and the total count is 173. But there are some sets that don't have 3-digit totals in them, but the set total is actually like 004, 005. Let's get rid of these filters. And then let me just refresh. There is a VMAX special set. I don't remember which one. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Yeah, this one, as you can see, only has 4 cards in it, four Pokemon in it, but their numbers are 004 out of 004. So that's why I'm storing total cards as a string, because I actually want to have the padded zeros on it. And I don't want to have to pad it after the fact. Like I need to store it that way. And then technically these energy cards are included in the set, but they have an indicate, like their card number is like fire instead of an actual number. Cool. So total cards is a varchar. I don't want to allow that to be empty. We'll save that. Yeah, I have to look at this. So I created the column. If I go back, if I go in, it's still not there. I have to refresh the whole page to get it. That's unfortunate. But it's not a huge deal breaker. Okay. We need the icon URL. This is also a varchar. Cannot be empty. Save. And I think that's it. Yeah, should be it. Okay. Oh, it popped up. It took a second, but it popped up. I have used the Dark Reader extension. It's pretty good. Invisible cursor, no autocomplete on the dropdown. Seems the UI just needs a few QA paths. Yeah, I mean, and it's nothing hard to fix. Like the one thing that was so here. So in an honest review of Supabase, here are my complaints about the admin UI so far. So if you go into auth and you attempt to edit the policies, oh, I was like, why are there so many? Each new table you create gets its own sets of policies. But when you go in to edit a policy, wait, not that one. I should do the same thing. I've totally forgot about this. I need to enable row level security for every single one of my tables, because anybody with that client key technically could have inserted data into it. But now they're all locked down. I may not even be able to read from them. But for example, if you go to add a policy and you click right here, I thought that this like wasn't a field that I could type in. And yeah, thanks for that reminder, developer August. Caesar. Yeah, we need a created at and updated at field. But yeah, there's a cursor. There's a cursor here. It's just really hard to tell that it's there. So that's a gripe. When you're adding new columns from the database tables, if you go to database and you go to a specific table, whenever you add a column, so created at is going to be a date that is non-nullable and defaults to now. Whenever you create it, it doesn't pop up immediately, which is not a huge deal because if you refresh the page, it'll pop up. And then we need updated at, which is a date column. Cannot be empty, defaults to now. Yeah, still not there. Even if I go back and I click back into it, still not there. But if I do a hard refresh of the page, it does pop up. Yeah. Okay. What was the other gripe? Oh yeah, no autocomplete. Let's try that though. So, in Sound of Gaming, thanks for that 3-month resub. Thank you for all the educational programming streams and YouTube. And Callum, thanks for the resub. Let me read your comment. Thanks for all the educational programming streams and YouTube videos, and thank you for sparking my interest in JavaScript. Keep being awesome, CJ. Thank you, Sound of Gaming. Very much appreciated. And Callum with the 11 months. Much appreciated. Yeah, I think we typically have some Brazilians in the chat. I don't know if we have any today, but it's possible. Any Brazilians here? What's happening here? Oh, we're working with Supabase. So I'm defining this table. One thing I need to do is I need to define a trigger on this table. So whenever a row is inserted into this table, or no, whenever a row is updated in this table, we need to automatically update the updated at column. So we will do that right here. Handle updated at on expansions. Go. So yeah, now we have that trigger. And I don't, so series and expansions are things that will change not that often. And yeah, let me do this. So expansions will not change that often. There's only a new expansion once every month or every 2 months. Languages won't change that often because it's just really any time we want to support a new locale in the app. And then series translation possibly could be updated. So I think I want to add so I'm saying all of that to say I actually don't want like a created at and updated at column on languages, but I do want it on these other tables. Let's add a column. So this is going to be created at. Yeah, so the other UX gripe is when I want to define the type, I can't really like can't type in here to filter. I have to scroll. But that's fine. Created at cannot be empty, defaults to now, go. And then we'll add another column for updated at. Yeah, yeah, frequently used types. That'd be a nice little UX. So like it just maybe some little pills right here of types that you're constantly using. I mean, the thing is, most of your time in this UI is up front, right? You've just started creating your app. You're out here defining your schemas and how everything relates. After we get the initial database schema, we're not really going to be touching this that much. So it's not a huge deal. But now that I created those, I also want a trigger that will update the updated at field on series translation. Go. Yeah, and so I mean, we talked about this earlier. Typically, I use migration scripts. Like that's how I build apps. Is I have a directory for migrations, and that's how I define all my tables and schemas. I kind of like this. I don't have to write any code. I can kind of just like point and click. And if I want this schema, it's a Postgres database, so I can just dump the schema and use it in my app if I want to. Okay, my opinion about that might change, but this is not cumbersome at all. And I mean, like when I'm defining a column, it's nice to, even though I can't filter it, it's nice to have a drop down of types instead of having to type out the type or remember what the types are. I don't know. Live coding without code. Well, we're about to write some code. I'm about to run some code. We are going to run this code, which is going to put a bunch of data into that table. Okay. We created the triggers. Yeah, I'm going to run one other SQL query. Yeah, I wanted to get to this editor because I just want to do this from docs. Select star from PG trigger. I want to make sure. So because I have to manually create those triggers that update the updated at column, I want to make sure I didn't create any duplicates. There's a lot of triggers. RI constraint. These are probably like the internal ones. Target arguments, buffer, data. Yeah. And yeah, I would say that stored procedures are not necessarily, like they're not a bad, they potentially could be bad, but in a way, stored procedures prevent, if you were to use stored procedures instead of using like application code that just does select queries, stored procedures, and if you lock down your database to only allow stored procedures, it prevents a ton of SQL attacks, because if people cannot write custom SQL against your database without the proper like user role, then you're not vulnerable to things like potentially things like SQL injection, because your store procedures could automatically escape values and stuff like that. So it is more old school. You saw it a lot more in the old days, and like I work on legacy apps where there's a ton of stored procedures. I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't like. It's just different. These days we put all of our database code in our application code, which I'm slowly going to the opinion that things like database integrated security and stored procedures might be better. I don't know yet though. When I use some CQRS pattern to read and write into different sources. What's CQRS? Not familiar with that. Towards the end should be mine. Yeah, so I just have 2 handle updates. Can we sort by name? TG name. So there are 3 handle updates. These are, oh, you can't see them, but those are mine. Create trigger, handle updated at, before update. So yeah, I think we're good. Basically, we have confirmed that I didn't create duplicate triggers, because that's one trigger for each of the tables. We have the expansions table, the series table, and the series translation table. I mean, I think, like, where's the table name stored? Is it in this array? This buffer? Yeah. It is interesting how it comes full circle. Absolutely, because back in the day, that's how it worked. Command query responsibility, segregation, splitting the read from the write. Yeah, it's opinions. Well, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, you could, yeah, and it also comes down to like your specific app, like, is it scalable, that kind of thing. But yeah, I don't know. I don't want to have this conversation right now, but let it be known, people have opinions about that. Okay, I think we're good. If we look at expansions, there's no data in here yet, but we have all of the columns. Let's do the business. So I'm going to take all of this data that I've scraped from the Pokemon card website and put it into my database with the proper columns and all that good stuff. If we look at release date, I'm curious for release date. Do I need to parse this into a date, or will it automatically turn it into a date like what Connects does? I don't know. Before I add data, do I want to do that Japanese Unicode thing? Not really. I want to see if I can do it later, honestly. Honestly, yeah. later. We're more worried about data right now because that gets into the specific of this application and like my use cases. I think like I want this to be more generally applicable to people deciding if they want to use Supabase. Though I will admit, like this use case of like I already have data that I need to seed, and I don't know how many people using Supabase would actually have this same use case. Like typically when you're starting an app from scratch, it's like user provided data. And so you wouldn't be seeding a database. You would really define the structures and then build out your front end, which allows users to like insert data into it and stuff like that. But regardless, let's go. Let's run this seed. Looks like it worked. So they have auto-incremented IDs in the database. They have a name, a series ID, which is a foreign key column. They have a code, a source ID, a release date. Yeah, and it looks like it parsed the dates automatically for us, which is awesome. Total cards, icon URL, when it was created, and when it was updated. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah. Oh, and so because I created those triggers and because these two columns have default values, I don't have to specify created at or updated at. So the database automatically, if you were to update a row, it's going to automatically set that because I added that trigger. And when you insert a row, it uses date.now to use this right now as the created at time. Yeah, now. That's awesome. So at this point, we should be able to get some data from it. And awaited. Thank you for that 11-month resub. It says, I'm late. You're not late. Welcome. Okay, so that data is in the database. If we try to hit the REST API for expansions, well, that's not going to work. Expansions. Because we enabled row-level security, we get back nothing. We get back absolutely nothing. But I want to now add a security role that says users can read from this table. So if we look at expansions, we're going to add a policy, lockdown. So if we do auth.role equals anon, like that, I think. Yeah, and I'm going to add that policy for all the tables. So that way, anonymous clients can read all of my data here. Cool as heck. Yeah. So we'll do this. Policy name, lockdown. I should come up with a better name. But right now, because I don't have any policies under insert or update or delete, anonymous users can't do any of that. The only thing that they can do is read data from these tables. So now that I've updated my database, it's a beautiful thing. So now that I've updated my my row level security, I can now read from that endpoint. Awesome. Release date is null for a lot of things. That's unfortunate. But for some things, it's not, and that's okay. Those just need to be done. Yeah, and so what's cool about this is the anonymous API key. So when I build a front end for non-logged in users, this is the API key that it would be using. So it's okay to expose this. It's okay to expose this if I have the right security rules, right? Because if I didn't have row level security with this anonymous key, you could insert data or delete data all you wanted. But because I have row level security, you cannot. So you could totally see this. You're allowed to see this. It's going to be in front end code for non-logged in users. It's a thing. Okay, now what I want to do as kind of like the last thing before I go is we have some related data here, right? We have series, which are the specific series, Sword and Shield, Sun and Moon, XY, Black and White. We have expansions, which are specific expansions that belong to a given series. And so you can see that right now, all of these belong to Sword and Shield. These are the only ones that I've seeded the database with. If we click on it, we can see that this is Sword and Shield, because you obviously can read Japanese. But I'm pretty sure that their querying API provides way of like doing joins automatically, and that's kind of what I want to do. So I want to like we could do something like this: select all expansions and include their related. Select all series and include the related expansions. So we should get an array of like 5 series, and then each one of those should have a property called expansions that has the nested data. So how would we do that? I know you don't know how to read Japanese. The timestamps are accurate to the microsecond. Yeah. Read foreign tables. So from series, select some column, other table ID. We could also do pagination. Yeah, absolutely. And that's typically what a lot of people use Firebase for, is prototyping. But this lets you get up and going with the database almost instantly. I mean, and the nice thing about it is it's backed by Postgres. So I've mentioned this like 5 times this stream, but if I really want to, I can just dump this as SQL statements to create these tables. And I can just not use Supabase anymore, just use Postgres by itself in my own app code. So I think it's pretty cool. But yeah, and so we've been creating all of these tables. We actually get instant API endpoints for all of these. Like we could select languages, all that kind of thing. I want to look at the specific querying documentation, because I want to write a query that does the join for me. I'm going to see what that looks like. API reference, data, select, query foreign tables. Query the same foreign table multiple times. Whoa. So city's name, yeah. Oh, actually, check this out. Okay. I don't know what this turns into in a REST request, but we could write some, really quick, just some client code to do this query. Something like this. So we're going to bring in .env and our client. But I could do client from, actually, let's do this. Let's say select all of the series and select the series name, but then from the series translation, select its name. So this should give us all of the series and their corresponding translations. What about creating a view and exposing it through the API? Creating a database view? Is that possible? That sounds great. Yeah, because database views are, database views are basically kind of like storage procedures, aren't they? You're defining ahead of time what your query is, and then you can just expose it. That sounds awesome. Yeah, so that way we wouldn't have to write code like this all the time. We could define it ahead of time and then just reuse it. Okay, if there's an error, log the error. Otherwise, we're going to log the data that we get back. This, yeah, let's see if this works. Let's see what we get back. Wow. That's nice. Okay, so you can see that, the only one that we have translations for right now is Sword and Shield, but we can see there's 2 entries. We can see that, so there's an English entry and a Spanish entry. We can do this to see all of it. JSON.strignify. Here we go. So we can see for Sword and Shield that the name is that. And actually, what I would want to select is the language. Can we do multiple nestings? Can we do something like language ID? Because technically we could bring back the language ID. So if we do that, we'll get back like 1 and 2. Yeah, but what if I want to join that further so that I see English and or EN and ES? Okay. An inner join? Supplier. Okay. Sometimes and so I guess one potential downside of using Supabase is that this is a very specific query language built into Supabase. Now, obviously, we could write our own code that just queries the database directly. But yeah, do I just nest it? I like this syntax. So check it. So if I do this, so if I say just translation comes from series translation, and then language name. Is that the syntax? We might run into an issue here. Cannot find foreign keys between these entities. No relationship found between series translation and language. You're wrong. Series translation has a language ID. Oh, let's say language is the language ID. That's so cool. So yeah, okay, so the name is Sword and Shield. We have a list of translations. This is, yeah, and then we don't have any like weird foreign keys or anything like that. This is dope. This is very dope. I mean, obviously, if you've ever used something like GraphQL, you're probably like, I've just GraphQL it. But it's still pretty cool. The fact that we can do this kind of querying from the front end. I mean, technically, this code is running as back-end code, but I could copy and paste this code into a front-end app, and it would work. So that's awesome. Wow. Can I do a nested where clause? Let's see. So if we GQL it. So we have select. I need filters. That's what I want. Filters. Okay. How can I filter on related data, nested data? Yeah, it definitely should be built in. Oh, look, they have RPC. So yeah, you can absolutely call stored procedures. That's pretty awesome. Look at that, countries.name. Okay, so what we should be able to do is do all of this and then filter where let's see if this works. Translation dot name dot language is equal to English. And that should only give us back the English translations. Yeah. Didn't work. I mean, do I have to probably do... Oh, no, series translation dot language dot name is equal to EN. Yeah. Well, I mean, it technically just left off the language for that one. I mean, I guess the easier way would be translation.language ID is equal to 1. I don't know. Yeah, and then that only gives us back that. What I'm thinking about is like when I'm building a front end for this and I want to include translations, when I query the API, I only want to get back the translation data for the current locale. So if somebody's browsing the site with English, I would make this query, but if they're browsing with Spanish, so select and then equal, let's try it. So get that where translation language name is equal to English. I don't know. You'd have to refresh the page if they change the language. I'm totally okay with that. You wouldn't have to refresh the page. You would just rehydrate your store with the translated data. Oh. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, so that pulled that one in, but we're still getting this. It's just not including it because it's null. So the one that ended up working was this, which I think it's not horrible. We could probably play around with this and find, was it this one? No, we had filter, didn't we? What's up, Mr. Panda Gaming? Yeah, that's the one. Cool. And at this point, we're just playing around with the queries. Is there anything else I need to explore with Supabase? Does anybody have any other questions about Supabase? Because I think I'm going to end the stream here. Thoughts, comments, questions, auth. Yeah, I might save that for a separate episode, but they actually have a full auth client library. And so, let's see. Auth, sign up. Yeah, so it's very similar to Firebase in that it's just from the client side, you can literally sign up users like this. And then for signing in, you just call sign in and it works. Yeah, they do have roles, but it's using the database security for that. I need to learn a lot more about roles. So I have this video bookmarked. I'm gonna watch it later. This is a deep dive into like restricting table access with Supabase. Yeah. How do you do bidirectional many-to-many query? This is a good thing. So. Well, I think this is, so there's a couple of queries that I actually do want to write. So select all series with nested expansions. So that's one query that I want to do that I haven't done yet. And then also like select a single expansion with nested series, because they're right here, these are bidirectional. So I mean, it's a one-to-many. One series can have many expansions, but if you're getting your data back, you might want to have the series level data, then it has an array of expansions, and then each one of those expansions has a property called series that is just the base information about the series. But yeah, and what's up, Datadom? Just joined. Do I like it better than Firebase? It's a whole different beast, but I will say it's just very different, because with Firebase, it's all kind of like it's code up front, right? You can write code that writes to a database without even defining the schema or anything like that. And we haven't even tried out any of the real-time features. I'm really just approaching this from like a database management perspective. But from that perspective, I really like it. So they have this visual editor for defining your database tables, and all of this is backed by Postgres. So if I ever decide that I don't want to use Supabase anymore, I can just export my database schema, export all of my database security rules, export all my triggers, and then just use it in my own standalone Postgres database without even caring about Supabase. And I could just build my own backend like I normally do. So that's pretty cool about it. Another cool thing is it just exposes a REST API. So if you don't want to use their client library, you can just use it with REST. So that your entire database gets endpoints for all of the different tables, and they have like their own custom query syntax for doing things like joins and stuff like that, which is pretty interesting. And it's all built on top of open source technology. So in general, I like it. I'm going to keep using it. I have very few pain points so far in my initial perusal through it. But there is more complex stuff that I need to do. So I need to figure out more complex restricting table access. I need to figure out more complex joins. There are some other things too. What's the tool for arranging my Windows and Mac? So I actually use a new one than what I've mentioned in past videos. This one's called Rectangle. Here, it's open source. You can get the releases on GitHub, but it has the exact same keyboard shortcuts as Spectacle, which is the one that I used to use. Yeah, and in terms of authentication, they support multiple different providers. So they support Magic Link with just email, Google, Facebook, GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, Azure, and behind the scenes, it's all OAuth, so they could very easily add other providers in the future. The plugin for YouTube is called Enhancer for YouTube, something like that. Yeah, and if you can look at the pricing on their website. On the free tier, you get a 500 megabyte database. You get to store up to 10,000 users. And you can store, they have object storage for like storing files and images. You get up to 1 gigabyte of storage there. So it's a pretty generous free tier. Yeah. How do you think they would handle the schema for social sign-in? So that's in the docs. I guess that's the other thing that I need to explore as well. So what's cool is like not cool. It's interesting. Behind the scenes, whenever you set up auth, they actually have an auth table, but it doesn't expose it via the REST API automatically. What you do is if you want to store like profile information for all of your users, you get to define that. So you would go in here, you would add a new table called like user profiles and define all the things you want to store about a user. And then you can lock it down with row level security where only allow update if the logged in user ID is equal to the ID of this row. But all of that would get stored in your own database table here, which is separate from the 10,000 users that you can have stored as users. Yeah. But to answer your question, you can define whatever schema you want for storing properties. And I mean, I haven't done it yet, but you probably very likely have access to the OAuth profile. I don't know. I got a lot to explore here. But like in Firebase, you get that. So whenever you do OAuth, you get back the profile data associated with that OAuth login, and then you can decide which properties you want to store on the user store. Let's see though. Yeah, here's the information on creating a public users table. So you create, I mean, and this is what I mean by like, it's at the end of the day, it's kind of like a lot of this is just Postgres. So you create a database trigger that automatically inserts a row into your profiles table whenever a new user is created. And that's handled automatically behind the scenes, but you do have to create that trigger manually. But then from then on out, it's handled. I don't know. Yeah, that's true, Doc. Though I didn't see anywhere in here how you would specify a view. If we look at reference, data, stored procedures. So what are stored procedures and views synonymous, or are they different? Or are they the same thing? Like, but technically we can define a stored procedure and then invoke it this way. But yeah, that would prevent on having to, I mean, a lot of people like the idea of querying from the client side because then you can just define whatever queries you want. And you don't have to do it from a backend perspective, but I'm not opposed to writing some stored procedures. Yeah. Notifications. I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing is it's like it's a backend as a service. Like that's kind of how it is similar to Firebase. But I mean, I will say, like as someone who is more backend oriented, I much prefer something like this than something like Firebase because with Firebase, I mean, Firebase is technically NoSQL, but most people are using it like with relations anyways. And so with this, I actually get to define my foreign keys and relations and stuff like that. I don't know. But at the end of the day, like after I created these tables in the UI, it was extremely easy to just insert that data in, and it would be as easy to put this data in a front end to get the data there. So yeah. Why not connect the database directly to the front end? Security. Like if anybody could just connect directly to your database, that would be a bad thing. They could do lots of bad stuff. Yeah, so Supabase is, let's call it a backend as a service that is built on top of open source technologies with Postgres database at its core. That's the elevator pitch for Supabase, the non-marketing elevator pitch. I don't really use Replit that much, but it's interesting. What's the first step to coding your own Twitch chat commands? Stully Boy, thanks for that Prime sub. I probably have a YouTube video on it. Actually, I do. Coding Garden, Twitch bot. Actually, my bot is open source. So there's this whole series on that I coded with Alka. So Alka is one of the core maintainers of TMI.js. So TMI.js is the Twitch messaging interface. It's a JavaScript library for interacting with Twitch chat. It's actually extreme. This is all the code you need. You can start reading from Twitch chat. If you want to send messages in Twitch chat, which is what you would do with a chat bot, you need this code, which is also not that difficult. And then the website here even has like a simple show you how you do this. So whenever you receive a message, if it starts with an exclamation mark, grab the command. If that command is echo, then do something. So if that command is drop, so like I have the drop command here, you can drop a little seedling. There's that seedling. I think he's going to land in the garden. Is he? Yeah, he's going to get in the garden. Right there. Nice. And then I get my name on the screen. But the code is very similar to what we're seeing right here. So if the command is drop, then do something in that overlay. So start with TMI.js. That's the library you're going to want to use. And then if you want, so we started like a 5-part series on building like a scalable, you saw that in the thumbnail. We're designing a full-fledged database and stuff like that. For simple bots, you don't really need that. I would say probably. So the overlay game that I was showing you, this drop game, I designed it here, but this doesn't send messages in chat, which is what you usually want to do with a chat bot. I would say take a look at this one. So coding a Twitch bot to detect live coder team members. Though this is a 3-hour video, I mean, it's really not that hard. It's not 3 hours of work. The 3 hours is me talking to chat and doing other things. But I will say, if you know JavaScript, you can look at the code. It's totally open source. So if you go here and then you look in the source directory, we have the main little Twitch bot. It connects. I mean, the one special thing that it does is it gets the list of team members from the Twitch API, but then I have my message handler right here. The bot that does other things on my channel is open source. You can check out Samwise. I thought Samwise was uploaded here. Maybe not. This is a good place to start. I'll just say that. but I do have my own chatbot running that's basically based off this code and then expanded a bit. Is there something similar to Postgres row-level security for MySQL? I have no idea. We're creating a view where the book's owner is the user. So maybe? I honestly don't know. This article is from 2009. Do I think OOP is greater than functional? I think they both have their use cases. I like to mix the two. That's why I like JavaScript. You can mix them. Can you connect with WebSockets? Yes, that's one thing that I have not shown at all, is that you can subscribe to events. So when the data changes, you can have your UI react. So I mean, probably what I'll need to do in a future, like next time on Supabase with Coding Garden, we'll build like a simple chat app that uses the real-time subscriptions to show the latest chat messages. This was like a introduction to Supabase from like a data-heavy perspective, less about real time, and more about just me designing my database. Yeah. API routes are automatically created when you create Postgres tables, views, or functions. It's kind of amazing. Create a view and it should just appear alongside the tables API. All right. I think that's going to be the last thing I do before I end the stream is I'm going to create a view that does this stuff that I'm talking about here. So give me all series with their nested expansions. Though actually that would be really easy to do right here. Or would it? So here's the thing, and why I hesitate is because it's a one-to-many relationship. So one series has many expansions. The series table doesn't have any expansion IDs or anything like that because all of the series IDs are stored in the related ones are stored in the expansions table. So I don't know how I would do a join there. So yeah, I'll create a view for that. I'm gonna create a view for that. Cool. Stored procedures are functions. Views are pseudo tables. Interesting. Better to expose a view and keep the details of the underlying structure hidden. Cool. Do they guarantee uptime and performance? Probably. Let's look. Let's probably look at like pricing. I mean, you get a certain amount of backup, uptime, performance. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, and from a database perspective, it's pretty affordable as well. Because I mean, if you're using Amazon RDS and you're trying to store this amount of data or this many users, you're probably going to pay more than $25 a month. So, I mean, it might be that like they are a startup, so like since they're raising money, they could be losing money right now by charging these prices. But it seems pretty decent. And like I mentioned, if they ever go under, it's all just Postgres anyway. So you can just, Postgres isn't going anywhere. It's a tried and true open source thing. So all the stuff you do with Supabase, you could port to your own Postgres database. I agree with you in all your opinions. Nice. How would I compare Supabase to Hasura? So I know, so Hasura lets you, it's a similar idea. Because Hasura lets you point it at a Postgres database and it turns it into a GraphQL API. I don't know enough about Hasura to really compare it. But if they have things like authentication, I'm sure they're probably using row-level security for like the types of security that you would need. GraphQL APIs for instant CRUD, REST endpoints, role-based authorization, event system, admin console, remote joins. It's probably similar, but you get a GraphQL API. I don't know if Hasura has like a visual table editor. I like the table editor here. There's probably, I mean, you could use like a desktop tool for doing this. But I kind of like that I can just do it right here. I don't know. And Stilly Boy, thanks again for that. That's yeah, I use Objection for the backend a lot in most of my apps. A 4-part series with Alka that I totally haven't seen every second of. I don't really have any videos on neural nets. I don't know if I've done anything with tree data structures either. MySQL versus PDO. I'm not familiar with like PHP libraries. Yeah, so this is Firefox Developer Edition with the stock dark theme. But Developer Edition has these latest updates with like your pin tabs are here. There's a little bit of spacing between your pin tabs and your other tabs. But this is just the stock theme of Firefox Developer Edition. Thoughts on Laravel? Seems fine. If I had to do PHP, I probably would do Laravel with it. Can I do some reruns after? I'm not opposed to it. I just what do you call it? On Friday, I did like 12 hours of reruns on my channel, and I don't know if people find it annoying. I realize I'm like 3 minutes behind chat right now, but actually, let's just do a poll. Here's the thing, like because it says I'm live, but I'm not actually live, people get confused. So vote now. But there were parts of Friday where there were only like 10 people watching, and so I hesitate to do reruns pretty often. I'm not worried about it affecting my analytics or anything like that, but it is a way to kind of like discover content, because if from older streams, if you haven't seen them before, it's a way to like potentially discover them. And the people that hate it are potentially people that think I'm live, but I'm not actually live. Or if I show up in their list of live followed streams, but I'm not actually live. Yeah, but so as a Twitch partner, I have the ability to do reruns where, I mean, basically when this stream is over, I could start a rerun of the stream that just happened, and then it wouldn't be live, but you all would be in the chat and watching it at the same time. Yeah, so. Did I set up any restrictions so far? Yeah. So I need to do that at a later time. The only restrictions I've set up are making everything read only. So all of our data is read only right now. I haven't added anything because we don't really have any logged in users or anything like that. So everything's just read only right now. But we did set that up. All we had to do was say, wait, how do I edit it? Oh yeah, I forgot. There's actually a cursor there, but I can't see it. But I'm just saying, if the role is equal to anonymous, you are allowed to select data. For anything else, it will block you. Thanks, Doc. How do you check old Twitch videos? Yeah, I'll give you a tour. The overwhelming feeling is meh. Reruns are meh. Yeah, and that's another point. You can check out most of my old live streams are VODs on YouTube. So if you go to YouTube, most of these are old live streams. Some of them are a little bit edited down to remove like me talking to the chat and stuff like that. Most of them are just old live streams. So you can definitely just check out YouTube. But if you want to, you can watch the past 60 days of streams here on Twitch. If you go to my channel, we should see me. There I am. And then if you click this, it will reveal hidden options, where if you're not zoomed in like I am, you can click on videos. And then these are all of my past videos. If you click on view all recent broadcasts, this is literally every live stream from the past 60 days. There's got to be more than that, right? Filtered by past broadcasts, sorted by date. 20 days ago, 25 days ago, last month, 2 months ago. Yeah, that's 60 days. Never mind. So you can go here. And also, if you go to coding.garden/videos, this is just a way to easily filter my YouTube videos. So you could like type in, I don't know, I want to learn about Svelte. And there's a few videos on Svelte. Or, I don't know, let's learn about web scraping. And there's some videos on that, so. Okay, I'm still 6 minutes behind on chat. We're gonna create a view though. That's the last thing I'm gonna do before we go. Yeah, well, here's the thing. Supabase core is open source. So like all the orchestration of all the open source libraries like Kong and Postgres and whatever they use for auth, something true. And those other things, all of those are separate open source libraries that they've assembled together to make this thing. But this UI and management tool that I'm using right now is not open source. There is no UI for the self-hosted version yet. So I think eventually it will be, or like parts and pieces of it will be open source, but right now it's not. So if it goes away, you would need to kind of create your own thing to get a similar experience. They're working on it. Nice. I use AWS at work. I mean, we're way past the free tier because we do some managed hosting for some of our clients. And then a lot of our like dev servers and staging servers are on our own AWS. My chat log for the reruns is 90% stream. Yeah, it's just Streamlabs sending those automated messages. Yeah, we're live right now. Hello, Suman. I'm behind on chat. I'm about 4 minutes behind on chat, but we are live. Yeah. I guess that'd be interesting to do reruns of the inventory app. Here's the thing. I think it would just make people mad because I never finished it. Though I will say, like, the first episode of the inventory app, people learn a lot of stuff about databases in that episode. So that video is pretty good. It's just we haven't finished the API. You know what? It's a Postgres database. We could just point Supabase at it, and then we're done. So somebody mentioned. Honestly, I would not be opposed to that because we have the full Postgres database schema for inventory app, and I could just run the SQL to generate all the tables here, and then we instantly have an API, and then we just build a front end for it. Huh. I don't normally read every message in chat, but we're taking it chill. We're taking it chill right now. Yeah. Yeah, we're live. We're live. We're live right now. do a rerun of entropy chat while rewriting with Supabase. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the biggest thing. There's no vendor lock-in. And at the end of the day, it's just fancy Postgres, which is nice. It's actually really nice. What's up, Fireman? And Agora Milio, hello. Was still some work left on the schema, wasn't there? Inventory app? Possibly. There might be some changes we need to make, yeah, but the core of it is there. And I mean, some of the most of the work we've done recently are like endpoints for creating addresses, for creating companies, for inserting items. But there's a lot of other stuff we would need as well. Yeah. Okay, we're going to create a view now, and I am going to search about it on the web. Postgres create view. So a view is like a virtual table. You can basically, it's kind of like a stored procedure in that, well, it's like a stored procedure with no arguments, in that you're predefining what SQL query should run. And then from the outside world, anybody that knows the name of that view can just run that SQL query. And so what we're going to do is I want to select star from series. I mean, actually, this gets a little bit tricky because I want it to be a nested property, which is an array of expansions. Can I do that with a view? Can I create variables in a view? And then like tack it on? I don't know. I don't know. But I mean, ultimately, I could do a join. I could join the series to the expansion, and then every expansion would have the series information. You can query a view. What do you mean by query a view? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that makes total sense. That makes total sense. I will stop comparing it to stored procedures. But honestly, I'll tell you, like, I don't really use, for the apps that I build at work, I don't use stored procedures and I don't use views. Everything is application code. So I don't know that much about it. But that makes a whole lot of sense. A stored procedure, you invoke and you get back some data. That's it. A view, you could technically query. So because it's a virtual representation of a table, you could do further querying on that view. That makes a whole lot of sense. Yeah. Okay, so let's do it. We need to create a view. We're just going to do it from the SQL editor here. SQL. Here. So create view. And then the name is series with expansions. As. Select star from series. Okay. I'll also be very honest about this. When I'm working with a database, often I have JavaScript code that's doing like the query building and also potentially doing things like joining the data so I can get nested properties instead of having to rework that data. Now, I could select star from series and then do an inner join on expansions where series.id is equal to expansion dot series ID. And this will join it, but what we're going to get back is one row for every expansion that also has the series information. And then there will be some name clashing as well. So we need to fix that. And would you look at that? I started doing plural series expansions languages. I should probably do series translations. Oh well. Did we talk about that at some point, that I was going to rename them to be plural? So I could do select we'll do it manually. Do ID as series ID. Why inner join? I don't know. What's the difference? This should give us back our data. You could just comment out the create view line and just test the query yourself. Yeah. All right, I need a SQL expert to just tell me what I need to do right now. So select star from series, join on expansions where series.id is equal to expansions.seriesID. Did I spell it wrong? Yeah. Series looks weird if you look at it long enough. Sets you up for a series of problems. Yeah, you're totally right though. I could just comment this out. And so if we do this, I'm going to run into a how does a join work? Join. Okay, on. There we go. Here it is. So, but basically what this does is it smacks the data together. So I get every single expansion. Yeah, we fixed it. We fixed everybody. You can calm down. I get every single expansion, but it also includes like the yeah, icon URL comes from, well, that's from the expansion. What was the other one that we got? Yeah, logo URL comes from the series. So it's all kind of just like smacked together. What I really want is to have kind of like nested data. And I don't know how to accomplish this with SQL. I think it's possible with Postgres. I've just never really done it in SQL. But basically what I want is I want an array of expansions, right? I want an array that has like the name, sword and shield, and then that, sorry, I want an array of series. And then that has an expansions property, which is in turn an array that has things like name, sword, and name, shield, and then name, jet, black, I don't know how to spell poltergeist, Vmax rising, this kind of thing. Yeah, so how could I do this as nested? Select S, comma E from series as inner join, expansion as E on S.id equals E.seriesID. Is this it, SQL Gordster? And see you later, the scientistic. Thanks for dropping by. Column can hold an array. Yeah, but because this is a select query, we're not actually storing these as arrays in the database. Like, it's stored in separate tables. But when I get the data back, I want it to be in that format. Nice, Fireman. I can use array. Oh. Aggregate the data as JSON objects. I think that's kind of what I want. Did Twitch chat drop your syntax, or did my chat overlay drop your syntax? My chat did. It's preventing stuffs. Okay. Let's see what SQL Gordster has provided for us. So select S.star, so series.star, and E.star is Oh, wow. Okay, okay. This is the whole query. This is all we need. So, because you've aliased them. What if I don't want to alias them? I want to keep it as series and expansions. I guess you aliased it so it would fit in Twitch chat. Inner join expansions on series.id is equal to e.expansion expansions.seriesID. What does this give us? This is the same thing. But I guess what people are mentioning is aggregate as data as JSON objects if we want. Postgres aggregate join as array. Array aggregation. I think this, so I saw somebody use this once and I was like, you know what? This is what I wanted. Okay. I think this is it. This is the winner. Here we go. So select series.star array aggregation of, wait, what's g.mark? Expansions? From series, join on expansions. What is this syntax? What is the G? It's an alias. Equals series.id group by series.id. This is it. Can I do that, alias? Hey, okay. This is the winner. This is the winner. So, this is what I want. At the top level, I have the 4 series, right? So we have Sword and Shield, Sword and Shield, Sun and Moon, XY, Black and White. Ignore the fact that some are translated and some are not. And then each one of those has many expansions. And right now, Sword and Shield is the only one with expansions. All the other ones don't have data for it yet. So I think this is what we want. Okay, so create view series with expansions as this. That's what we want. Go. Success. No rows returned. Okay, now that we have a view, our API should actually... it just pops up. Our API now has a view that we can query. And that should give us the data back. So let's try it. Okay. Actually, no, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, so this is the other query that worked. So now we can do client dot from series with expansions, and it should be golden. If this works, it's a beautiful thing. All right, here we go. Unexpected token. Curly. Oh. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, so check it. So we have we have Sword and Shield, and then it has an array of expansions. There's also JSON aggregation and row to JSON. You need to be careful with performance in production with these aggregate functions. So, yeah, I mean, there's probably something we can do to say that, hey, I'm going to be running these aggregations a lot because this is what I want, right? I don't want to have to write, typically what I would do is I would write JavaScript code that queries the tables and then kind of like smacks them together after the fact in JavaScript to get it in this format. But JSON aggregation or array aggregation might be what we need. Okay, the other cool thing is this should be exposed as an API endpoint. Yeah, so we can literally just hit series expansions. We can do that here. Well, that's not right. Series with expansions. It took a little bit of time to query. Maybe because it had to wake up, because that's pretty fast. Maybe it's in memory now. I don't know. What do you mean how to get that data? What do you mean? But yeah, so we have all of our expansions. Sorry, we have all of our series. And then for Sword and Shield, we can see its nested expansions. Oh, the Pokemon card information. Yeah, so all of this was scraped from the official Pokemon card website. I mean, with a little bit of massaging of the data myself, but if you go here, and if you can read Japanese, I don't read Japanese, but I've sort of found my way around as I was trying to get the data out of here. But here they list all of the Sun and Moon and Sword and Shield expansions. Yeah, so I wrote some code that scrapes these, and then gets all of the cards. So we haven't put the cards into our database yet. I also have that data, and then for XY and black and white, you can see that those expansions aren't included here, and so there's a separate page on the Pokemon card website that has those expansions. I can tell you what it is. Get expansions. Yeah, the archive URL. And so these expansions are pretty old, not really in play anymore. But this page lists out everything from XY and then everything from black and white. Yeah. And I use Node.js for all the scraping. So I did a little bit of this scraping on stream. So if you look at my streams from last week, we did the initial scraping. I also have some scraping code for limitless TCG. Which is pretty good. That was the first thing we tried to scrape from because it's pretty well maintained and nicely formatted. But what I found was they're missing some things, and there are some Japanese sets are way different than English because there are some they're technically decks instead of expansions, and so the decks are listed separately. So for example, if you look at SD, these are decks that focused on one specific V Pokemon, like Venusaur or Charizard. I think Charizard's in here. Maybe not. Maybe someone else is. Oh no, no, Venusaur and Blastoise. It's Blastoise. Should be anyways. Oh well. Not a good example, but you can see this is labeled as SD. Technically, these are split up into several different decks, and the Pokemon card website has that. And that's why I preferred to get the initial data from there, because if we look at this, which ones are they? I believe they're these. These are the V expansion decks. Yeah. And so technically, this is SD grass. Wait. Yeah. So this is SD, the Venusaur specific deck. And then if you look at this one, I don't read Japanese, but it's going to be some other type. Yeah. So this is technically the fire deck, but the set code is still SD. So, one of the tricky parts of building this thing in general is coming up with a nice and consistent database of series and expansions, which is what we're working on. I don't know. But I am really excited that we created this. First of all, we created this view. Now we technically could query it from the front end like this. It's a beautiful thing. Is there a way for me to select to see what my existing views are? That's a good point, Doc. Yeah, so when I create this view, instead of selecting everything, I can only specify the columns that should appear. And then what's nice about that is technically this view is queryable, so I could technically query it even further when I'm calling it from the client. But yeah, I could fine-tune the selected columns to make sure that we don't run into performance issues. Yeah. Am I going to make an ERD when it gets more complicated? We could probably use a tool to generate it for us at this point. So after we've defined all of these tables, we could export it, and then it'll just create a diagram for us. Yeah. Usually I do start with a diagram though. Usually I do start with the diagram to decide what tables do I want, what columns are going to exist on those tables, what are the relationships. It's kind of the first time I've ever really done it. Just like, let's just create the tables, point and click. All right. I want to run a SQL query that shows me what views are available. Like, how could I see the source code for this view? Is there a SQL query that would give me that? Let me close all this extra stuff for now. Bookmark that for later. And if you want to learn more about the security built into Supabase, or really the security built into Postgres, check that out. Postgres, view of view. View of view, views on tutorials point. Creating views. Dropping views. What if I just want to see a view? Managing views. Alter view, drop view. Describe it. Yeah, I've used dbeaver before. Well, is that the community edition CE? Because I think it started prompting me for a license. I didn't have one. There's apparently a lot of views here. Thanks, Indie Monkey. Select definition from PG views, where view name equals series with expansions. Let's go. Oh, it's all in there. Cool. It's literally just let's see what other columns we have in PG views. We've got the schema name, the view owner, Supabase admin. And then we have the actual definition, which is literally just the SQL code. The reason I was curious is, like, let's say I do want to get my data out of here to use it in my own Postgres database, or like to create like an init script that has all of my triggers, all of my views, all of my database tables. I would need something like this to get all of that out so that it could be like put into a script to like recreate the database from scratch if I wanted to. Cool. All right, I am done here. We've been live for 4 hours. We don't normally stream on Sundays, but this was fun. This is probably like a more unconventional introduction to Supabase because I'm not using the real-time features. We actually haven't built a client yet. And I mainly just use this as a way to start defining my database, which I actually liked. I enjoyed this. Yeah, I would say if I wasn't streaming, I could probably do this in under an hour. Which to me is awesome. Yeah, and I needed to learn more about security rules, and then eventually we'll build a front end for it. And it's gonna be easy as cake. We already have all of these things. We have the client library we can use. We'll probably just end up creating tons of views with all the custom query logic we need. I don't know. I'm excited. It seems interesting. I'll say, like, I'll reiterate what my pitch for Supabase is. Supabase is not a Firebase alternative. Supabase is a collection of open source technologies that allow you to get up and going with a Postgres database very easily. The hosted service itself allows you to manage the tables and relationships of your database. It allows you to manage row-level security, which is built into Postgres. It allows you, the service offering allows you to manage users, which is nice and interesting. And then it all comes together with a nice little client library that lets you query that data from the front end. And there's real time too. So it has some commonalities with Firebase, but I think in general, as someone who usually writes a lot of backend code, I like it. I like this approach. We'll see though. The more I use it, the more I may not like it. And yeah, that's it. That's all I got to say. Thanks for hanging out. We're gonna do a raid, so stick around for the raid. I don't know where we're gonna go, but wherever we go, drop a follow if you like what they're doing. Yeah, and that's the other cool thing is functions are coming soon as well. So you'll be able to write your own backend functions if you need to. Though, I mean, what I'm seeing is like, will you really even need custom backend functions if you can just write everything as views or stored procedures? What would you be doing in a function? I don't know. Yeah, this you can rewatch this whole thing right when I'm done. Actually, I'll show you. I'll show you. We could go back in time right now, but if you go here on Twitch, coding.garden, twitch.tv/codinggarden/videos, you will see at the top of the list is this very live stream that's happening right now. This one started 4 hours ago, and you can click on it and watch it from the beginning. Right there. But yeah, in probably like a week's time, this will be uploaded to YouTube. All right. Yeah. Okay. So if you're a sub, this is your raid message. If you are not a sub, this is your raid message. And I appreciate you all. Thanks for hanging out with me on this Sunday. And Supabase is pretty cool. Try it out. Let me know what you think. Yeah. New design on this webpage for sure. Cool. Next stream is officially planned for Friday, but if I'm feeling good, if I'm feeling up to it, I might stream tomorrow. We'll see. Yeah, you're awesome. Stay awesome wherever you are in the world. Have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, have a good one. And here's this.